Yeah. Oh yeah, more good times. Yes, day 4-0, the big 4-0, day 40. Can you believe
are
it?
you still playing this thing?
We're still playing these things. Yes, indeed we are. Can you believe it? 40, day 40 of the Final Fantasy Fiesta. Hey, I don't have the FF16 OST on my playlists. I should definitely work on that though. Doing playlists is so monotonous, and it's really hard for ADHD people like myself to like sit down and do that, because there's like the worst part about managing playlists is that it's like a every 5 minutes you need to do something kind of thing. So you can't really get involved with something else while you're, uploading tracks or whatever you're doing. You have to sit there and back and you go to the CD, put in the new CD, upload the tracks, go back to trying to do something else. 5 minutes later, you haven't really been able to get back into this. It's just this constant distraction and interruption of everything I want to do is really annoying. And then you have to sit there and like painstakingly curate all of your tracks, and it's not easy. I just need like a big fat badass video game playlist download and just done. The thing is that even with what do you call it, the OC remix, there's a good amount of tracks in there that are just not really good for this kind of setup, like this kind of situation, and some tracks are just not good at all. So you still have to go through and listen to every single one of those tracks and curate which ones you want on your playlist and which ones you don't. So it's not it's not the same. But anyway, we'll get there eventually. I do want some FF16 on my playlist. I think wife might have the FF16 OST. I don't remember if it came with like the collector's edition or not. I think it was just the figure that came separate, and then the figure, which is in my case right there next to Titus and Yuna and Aerith and Tifa. Actually, nah, it's fine. Theater rhythm, hey, yeah, the Ifrit and Shiva, or Ifrit and Phoenix figure, yeah. I think they did a real thank you, Node, for the 301 bits and the 144 bits. Yeah, for real. I think they did a good job with the FF logo for this game and the figure and all of that stuff, because it gave me the impression that the game was going to be this big Phoenix versus Ifrit thing, like two icons of fire. They're going to be battling out for Dominion or something. It completely changed my perspective on what to expect from the game, and they did a good job of distracting the player from kind of discovering what the game would actually be about. So the story could still be a surprise, you know what I mean, without any of the imagery giving anything away. Living room, good place for it. Front center. I wanted all of because we have a couple figures in the living room as well, but I wanted all of the ones that I have that are more related to what I do to be in the case behind me, because in my normal layout you'd be able to see a lot of them, or when I go like a full screen camera or something. Yeah, like that. Right there. The icon of sardines, yes. Oh, that's the wrong. That's the old Fiesta layout. Well, it was the second year Fiesta layout that we did. Yeah, it was the 2028 Fiesta we did. We had that layout. That's why it's also crunched in the corner, because it's 720. 17 inches of Sephiroth. I felt really lucky to get that. Maybe it's just because it was the second game, there's not a huge amount of pre-orders or something, but I'm hoping that whatever collector's edition, special edition they have for the third game, that I'm able to get my hands on that as well. I don't really go for special editions or you know, gamer stuff, you know, that's just decorative, but when it comes to Final Fantasy or Xenoblade, yeah, I'm gonna try and get that. Long before you were here, yeah. Like I said, we only used it 1 year, and I mean, it's a good layout. It had more of like an actual Fiesta, like Mexican Fiesta kind of vibe to it. The aesthetic was really cool, but this is kind of timeless, you know. That was good for a year, but this is timeless. I don't have the Xenoblade 2 special. Actually, apparently there was a Xenoblade 1 Definitive Edition, Special Edition. Don't have that either. I only have Xenoblade Chronicles X and Xenoblade Chronicles 3 Special Editions. Actually, the X is right up there. Normally it would be visible, but she kept on jumping up on the corner there, so I had to move the bulkier items over there, which block off behind it. Ideally, I'd move those back over there, which opens it up. So it's like a, you know, it's an angle that you can see across it instead of it blocking it off. Thanks, Chief, for ruining things. She's in the window right now. She'll come out of here. I don't know. I would guess no more than 5 minutes. She's just baking in the sun. Well, welcome back to day 40 of the 2024 Final Fantasy Fiesta. We're deep into Final Fantasy 16 now. We're definitely in the back quarter of the game. We definitely breached the halfway point. Also, I have to remember that it's going to go a little bit faster this year because we're not doing all the hunts like we were last year, which was like a good 2 days worth of extra content. So, you know, today or tomorrow, we're definitely going to beat the game. I would say tomorrow. I would say it's pretty ambitious to suggest that we could beat it today. Just thinking about all the things that we have to do, there's still quite a bit of content. So the good news is that we get to start Remake this week. Oh, I love that game. I mean, I love this game too, but I love that game. So Remake starting either on Wednesday or Thursday. Yes. Especially because it's going to lead into Rebirth, and doing like Remake Rebirth back to back is going to be really cool to kind of see how it pieces together. And I'm sure that they like played through Remake and you know, got the end and felt how they wanted to segue into Rebirth that made it feel connected. So yeah. How are the icons randomized? Using randomizers that randomize random things randomly, you know, through random stuff. I don't understand the question. Yeah, we're done with the numbered entries. Yeah, I just done. Oh, the bot's down, but that would normally roll a D7. Like any other random number generator, doesn't matter. Oh man, it rolled a 0. How do you even roll a 0? Oh yeah, you get my luck. I love that emote. It's one of my favorites. Rolled a 0 and then the die catches on fire. Hey buddy. You whining a whole bunch? I heard, yeah, Seven said he rolled way worse. He got like, I forgot what he said he got, but it was way worse. Hey bud. Oh, okay, you wanna get up on my desk and make a mess of things. Typical Cecil. No, he just did a test roll to see what he would get. Come here. I need to scroll through chat so I can say hi to everybody. That means I need my desk. Oh, you're so soft today. Must have gotten a lot of good wet food the other day. They don't always eat plenty of their wet food, but healthy coatus from wet food, drinking water, that kind of thing. Right, of course. Yes, exactly. If you're the core. Woo. Did you see him? All right, let's get some hellos out really quick. Anybody that said anything in chat? We got Adamantis, Lily Knight, hello. Drakadai, Mecha, Playnastic, what's going on? What's up? Kamada Zero, Rodbear the Mighty, Adamantis, thank you for 40 months of subbing. Wow, you got the same months as it is day. Day 40, months up, 40, nice. I'm sure you timed that when you subbed 40 months ago. You're like, you know what? This is how this is gonna work. Northrex, what's up? Zycleon, Jono, Ryu Power, hello. I say Jimmy Jam, what's up? Bradsant. Panyar, what's going on? What's up? Vilacor, Pink Sammy's here. Shadow Fusion, how's it going? Laser Dante, thank you for 48 months. Dougie Quack Quack, thank you for 25 months. Dang, a lot of resubs. Thank you. We got Titus Zect, hello. What's up, Vax? Hope you're getting some good rest there. Silver Dragon, what's going on? Kelvin, hello. Tiger, hello. Phoenix, hope you're doing good. What's up, Alan? Alan. Adamantis, Suntop, hello. Lurkers and anyone I might have missed. M-Sig, need good stream. Yeah, I saw, I'm sure you're enjoying some Civ 7 and relaxing. Feel better. The fact that we're only 64, keep in mind, like, this is my other New Game Plus file, my hard mode file. Level 94 by the end of it. Level 94. I am 64. I do not think that the rest of the game is gonna go as smoothly. We've already experienced some very tight windows of survivability, and I don't know how much. I don't know how much more it's gonna be okay, you know. Civ 7 has an early access if you get like the extra edition or whatever. It's good. It comes out on the 11th normally, so that's today actually. So yeah, Civ 7 is out now. It just came out today. Let's go. Day 40. All right, yeah. Okay, so this is actually kind of good. It's a little bit of a lull in the story. Literally, it's sidekick time, because we're gonna be doing a lot of the kind of side stuff, you know. But it is main story. Thank you, Danzo, for the 333 bits twice. Double sidekick. Yes, indeed.
This man's gonna die if we don't get him.
Honestly, I prefer Civ 7 over Civ 5, I think.
Martha, it's good to see you.
And you, Clive. Jill?
Otto said you'd been attacked by Akashic. What exactly happened here?
Akashic attacked.
Those skies are what happened. Not long after they fell dark, we had our first visit. There were hundreds of them. Tried to storm the hill. Only a handful made it up here, but that was more than enough. The rest are still down there now. And while we have a few willing fighters holding them back, they're sorely outnumbered. What do you think, Clive?
That we join the fight?
I thought you'd never offer. Now, where I need you is the Fallen Gate. That's where the fighting is fiercest. Let the men know you've come to help. Something tells me they'll be pleased to see you.
We're on our way.
Do you think there are as many as Martha says?
More.
You don't think they've...
There's definitely a lot
abandoned
of really neat combinations that you can do with Civ 7 because you can pick a leader with a bonus, and then you can pick a different type of like civilization that has a different bonus. So it's like you could be Ben Franklin, but you're the Aztecs or something like that, you know? So there's a lot of different combinations just with that alone, and then there's a number of different paths you can take. And what I really liked about Civ 7 is that it's not just
Clive, wounded.
generic go for science victory, generic go for civics victory, generic go for military victory.
We deal with
You
the
have to
Akashic
care about
first.
all the aspects of the game in order to get like more benefits, you know. And I think that's really, really smart. You know what's funny is the narrator sounds like the Baldur's Gate 3 narrator a little bit, but I don't think it's her. But I mean, even getting that vibe is enough because the Baldur's Gate 3 narrator is fucking, God, that's good. But I definitely get Baldur's Gate 3 narrator vibes from her. Yeah, the first couple of games I've played, I've just kind of
These
YOLO'd it a
men
little
have
bit. You know, I have a
lived
plan, but I don't
hard
really go into the deep parts of the building. But I know that as I keep playing, I'll kind of learn
If
and
you've
get a
come to
better
rob this
understanding of it,
place-
and then it'll be a little bit easier for me to
You
go
are
into the
mistaken,
depths of
my
it.
Lord Rosfield. We're here by Madame Martha's leave.
How do you know my name?
Forgive me, my lord. There wasn't time for introductions. We're with the Guardians of the Flame.
Wade's men. But how did you come to be here? Where is your commander?
Sir Wade left earlier with a scouting party to find out where the Akashic were coming from.
Did he? Take your wounded back to the inn. Martha will see you're looked after. We'll join you anon.
Whoa! Wow. Game of Thrones, Star Wars, and Hunger Games. That's a hell of a trio just by that alone. So she has a lot of experience in acting and voice work as in general. But yeah, I really enjoyed the
And to think you took them for thieves.
Civ
A
7
fine reward
narrator
for
so
holding off
far.
the horde, that is.
When did Wade and his men arrive?
Not long after Rosalith fell, the Guardians asked me to shelter some of them that had lost their homes. They were making ready to leave just as the skies turned.
Oh, is
We
that
agreed
Zoe
it was best we
playing
stuck
Aztec?
together.
Arthur! Trouble!
Arthur.
The scouting party's almost at the lift, but they got a pack of Akashic snapping at their heels! And they got wounded with them! They're not gonna make it!
Use the wounded as bait to make an escape. Oh, come
We'll worry
on.
about
It's
them,
so
Martha.
easy.
You look after everyone here. If any can still
Cool.
fight, send them to the lift.
I will. You two be safe now.
Accidental great timing. Thank you for the 123 bits, played Aztec. Oh no.
Anything catch your eye?
Eye catchers catch my eye.
Thanks very much. Much obliged. There you go. Thanks
There you
very
go.
much.
There you go. There you go. There you go.
That all, is it?
Yup.
Mad dogs. The law of them.
Hey, it's Wade Boggs.
Squire, I need you to get those who can still walk up the lift to Martha's.
What's up, Darian?
What about... I didn't
How's Beard
ask,
2 Electric
Oscar.
Boogaloo coming in?
Sir,
How balanced the hard mode? Very well balanced.
So Wade,
I haven't had a game over yet, so
Lord Rossfield, if you aren't a sight for sore eyes,
Martha seemed to
I'm
think
a
he might need
sore
some help.
eyes for sight
And by the looks of it,
for.
we thought we could sneak by them, but we didn't know there would be so many. How could we have?
Scout, probably.
Behind you!
Damn it! We need to get the injured to safety.
Do you think we can hold them off?
we can certainly try. Are you with us, Sir Wade?
Always.
Then let's do our duty.
There we go. Oh wow, Titan hits really hard. A lot harder than I expected it to hit. Sticking with it, huh? Interesting. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I keep it relatively trimmed and small because having, first off, I can't grow a full-on beard, and second, it's just too itchy against the pillow and everything. When I try to sleep, it's just annoying. So, personally,
Sloppy.
Is anyone hurt?
I thought that was pretty good.
I don't think so.
Wow, rude.
And yet again,
Thank
you've
you
pulled
for the
me from
298
flames.
bits, I
It's
guess.
just a pity I keep walking into them.
You've never been one to shy away from danger, Sir Wade. Like any shield worthy of the name.
I see you're all in one piece.
Martha!
Is something wrong?
The lookout saw smoke coming from down Eastpool way. Too thick to be a hearth.
A second horde.
Feel like finishing the job.
Always.
Jill and I will make for East Pool. You'll need to move the injured without us.
East poo.
Don't you worry about them.
The moment my men are safe, I'll follow. Good luck.
Mad dogs. A lot of them.
My brothers.
This man's gonna die if we don't get him to a healer.
Well, I guess he's dead then.
real?
Yeah, for real. Thank you, Darian, for the 144 bits.
Just patch me up as quick as you can and get me back out there.
They're headed for the rest.
We have to slow them down. Martha and the others won't be ready.
Oh, whiff. Excuse me, sorry, I need to get all of you in here. Group photo. Oh, shit, I was on the wrong button. I get 3. Giant death geese, apparently. Thank you, Playing Acid, for the 300. That was weird. 21 bits.
Something's coming.
Oh, I thought the game crashed or something.
Apologies, my lord. Did I miss anything?
Only the first round, so wait. Shall we?
What the hell? What the hell? Oh my god, it's not letting me.
Let's try.
Yeah, true. Not PC, so no crashing.
Stop!
Yeah, you can't spell icon without icons. It's a tragedy, really, but you know, it is what it is.
Do you see any more?
No. I think that was the last of them.
But it won't be long before the next lot arrive.
Then we make for Martha's while we can.
There's one of 3 tasks done before we can continue the story.
What did you find out there?
Monsters.
The same as Sir Wade. Scores of Akashic.
Well, wherever they came from, they're gone now. Our lookouts say the lowlands are clear. Hopefully we'll have enough time to lick our wounds.
How many of your men were injured?
A damn sight less than if you hadn't turned up. Thank you.
It was a hard-fought victory. But as long as the skies remain dark, I fear the Akashic's numbers are only going to rise. It's not a matter of if the Horde will be back, but when. And whether that's sooner or later, we'll need to be ready. The inn here affords a good view of the land,
All I
And
can
the
think
skis
of
are
is like
defendable.
FF7
I'd like to make
concept
this
of
one of our
Mako being,
outposts.
you know,
What are
ripped
you
from the
saying,
planet,
Martha?
and then when a lot of people
You'd have more
die,
men to
it's just a
guard the
lot
rest.
of that energy being
Well,
returned to the planet. So
put
it's
it
like,
like
hey, you know,
that.
ether's being
Of
drained to
course
the
they can
planet, but a lot of
stay.
things dying and everything is returning a lot of that ether back to the planet, right? Balancing the scales.
My lord, there's someone I'd like you to meet.
Ugh.
Oscar, over here. It is an honor to make your acquaintance, Lord Rossfield. I am Oscar. Oscar of House Murdoch.
Murdoch. I wasn't aware that
Yo,
your commander
Casa,
had
what's up,
children.
dude?
Oh, he didn't. But his brother, my father, did. I am Sir Rodney's nephew.
Oh, just playing amazing games. You know how it
Go on,
is.
then. It's not for me to ask him. Yes, Sir Wade.
Can I be your
If it
groupie?
please you, my Lord Marquis.
Oh, I love this game,
Might
yeah.
you take me as your squire? I would learn the duties of a shield from the finest.
I'm sorry to disappoint you, Oscar. But I am a shield no longer. Nor was I ever the finest. And spending time in the company of an outlaw
Thank you, Played As,
hardly
with
seems a
123
fitting
bits.
education for one,
You know, side quests
aspiring
are
to take
kind of a
his oath.
common complaint about this
My Aunt
game.
Hannah once told
And
me
my take is
that a
that,
man is
yeah,
not
sure, there's a little bit
defined
of
by his
blandness in
title,
some of them,
but
but
what he
on
does in
average,
its
they're
name.
better than
You
most
have
games
accomplished
in terms
much
of
since
side
taking on the
questing.
mantle of Cid, winning no little
Most
honor in
games
so
side
doing.
questings are pretty bland
And I
and
would
boring and
sooner
dull.
serve
This game
under an
is
honorable
all right
outlaw
with them,
than an
so that's
unworthy
above
shield.
average.
Not that Sir Wade and the other Guardians are... I mean to say that, they're... It's all right. We know what you mean. There is only so much the boy can learn from me, my lord.
But a squire.
Would that really be so bad? You were a squire once. And I'm certain Sir Rodney would approve.
Yep. I think the biggest problem with the side questing and the dialogue in the game
Know
that
I'll
feels
show
like
you
a
as
side
much
quest, like this
leniency
part
as
right
your
here,
uncle showed me.
is there's not a lot of
I
movement
would not
going
have
on.
it any other way.
It's just kind of really stiff and just kind of talking heads, you know, without a lot of movement. And that can feel like a bit of a drag. FF14 syndrome, that's exactly it. I mean, it's hardly a product of Final Fantasy 14, but the Final Fantasy 14 was largely responsible for this game, and it definitely is prevalent in Final Fantasy 14, so you're definitely going to get that. But, I mean, you know, you get it way worse than most other lower tier games in general. But yeah, I definitely agree that that's like the honestly, if there was just more interaction and movement in the side cutscenes and side quests and stuff, nobody would have the same complaint about the side quests being a bit of a drag, you know? Because overall, the story beats of the side quests are quite a bit better than most games out there.
Onto it.
I mean, pretty much any anime game is going to have a tremendous amount of it because anime games tend to be lower budget and animations are very expensive.
Milady.
We received the dame's message.
It's especially
sightings of
prevalent in
strange
games like
creatures, I understand.
Tales of
With
games
the blue eyes. Yes.
because there's a
Like a
tremendous
Kashyyyk,
amount of
but
dialogue and
different.
no animations to
They've
almost
taken so
anything in
many.
those games.
I've lost count.
Akashic, but different.
Ultimus thralls.
Oh, nice. Hope you enjoyed it.
What of your mistress? Is she here?
Got to go out the butt.
No. She went to the garrison to ask what they were planning on doing about all this.
Then we'll
What's
look
up,
her there.
Howard? Yeah, I enjoyed Grace's F a little bit more than most of them. Like Vesperia, Berseria, Grace's F were up among the high points for me. And then Arise, I think, is just in a league of its own, way above anything else. I know you love Abyss as well, and I know I didn't particularly care for it. So.
Madame, please!
Half the garrison's been slaughtered by those.
You know,
things.
there was
We
a
lost the captain this very morning.
copyright for Abyss or something
Tried
like that, which
requesting
suggests that
reinforcements,
Abyss
but
is the
there's
next
been no word
remaster
from
project for the
capital
Tales
of
of
the
games.
Dominion in days. What more would you have us do?
I would have you do your duty. Those at the Vale look to me for protection.
But yeah, generally
protect them I
speaking,
shall,
anime is a
because
form
they are
of
my
media
charges,
that
and
is
that
of
is
lower
my
budget
duty.
because it's very easy to interchange
case you've
facial
forgotten, the
expressions,
people of this town
and people
are
care
your
more about it being
charges.
anime than they care about the
Remember
anime
that.
being
They are
good.
your people,
So
your sisters,
it's
your
a
brothers,
common
your lovers.
method of developing a
So
game
you have a
aesthetic at a
choice.
lower budget,
Lay down your
and
sword and watch as they are
animations in
slaughtered,
general, like character
or take it
movements
up
and stuff like
and
that,
do
are
what is
expensive
right.
because they take a lot of work, and the vast majority of cost for a video game is labor. So you know, to minimize cost,
What we
you
have
minimize
left
animations,
is our
especially unique
lives.
animations.
Do you really want us to lose them as well?
And so most
Not if we
scenes just
don't
kind
have
of
to.
have like 10 or so recycled
There's a cast
generic
under the
animations
captain's bunk.
reused over and over
Let's
again.
Talk about this over a drink, eh?
I'm listening.
Yeah.
I'll have a word with him.
Yeah, I remember having my misgivings about Azystheria, mostly the equipment leveling nonsense. Didn't really care for Saray either.
Ah, Clive. I didn't expect help to arrive so quickly, and sought to take matters into my own hands.
I liked
It was a
the
noble
rest of the
effort.
cast though,
But I thought you might still need some
especially
support.
Earth Girl, whatever her name
I'd
is.
like you
I
to
forget.
consider my needs.
That is like my biggest gripe with a
What we
lot
need
of
to
those kinds of games
consider
is they have
is where the
these
creatures came from.
character
the survivors
generic
speak
character
of them,
archetypes
one would
that are
think they appeared out
impossible,
of
like
thin
the
air.
perfectly pure maiden kind of thing that could do no
Perhaps they
good.
did.
Like she'll drag your
Sound
entire
hard to
team
believe
into
these
death
days.
to save a squirrel, and it's like no consequence, no thought of the consequences of dragging your team. But you gotta help the squirrel. You have to help the poor squirrel. You know, there's just no logic involved in it, and it's a shitty character archetype because
Did
it's
you see the
completely
creatures that
unrealistic
attacked
and
you?
it's dumb. You know,
Creatures?
just trying to prove that she's such a nice
Yeah,
person and a sweet soul.
they came
Can't
out of
possibly
nowhere.
not like her, and it's like I
went
don't
for
like her because
Josie
she's
first,
dumb.
Then me, and then they were just gone.
Do you remember where you were?
Bad
on the
Colette,
road
yeah,
from
yeah.
Oriflamme.
Colette is a great example of the character
just passed
archetype I'm
Morwen.
talking about.
When? Where's my Joseph?
It's all right. Just rest now.
Don't leave me, Paul.
By the way,
You're
it would be
yes.
nice if they cared a little bit more about that in
What happened?
FF17. I don't think
got
we're gonna
family
get Yoshi
anymore.
P directing
flood was
the
spreading
next
some.
one, so
I went to see if they were all right, and a pack of them glowing things found me in the meadow. I ran for my life. I never did get to the village.
I wanted to get a
Leave that to us.
this for situations where I'm playing. I don't have to do something.
At least we have an idea of where the thralls might be now. We should head for more.
Sorry.
Yeah, thank you for grabbing
You're
that.
safe.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. They leapfrog teams, so Yoshi P won't be working on the next one for sure.
I assume you have a plan?
In fact, it won't be, gosh, I don't know who it'll be, honestly.
It was all they could do to escape.
New director. As long as they promote from within, because it has to be someone that is familiar and invested in Final Fantasy, and not just some outside source that just has a job, you know? Well, producer, director, you know what I mean. Producer and director are the two most responsible for the outcome of a game. By the way, it's not going to be heavily FF14 team like this one was.
Should I climb?
Save your strength.
Oh, I just caught that. Jill asked if she should prime. Interesting. That's very interesting. I never because it's a common complaint, or not really a common complaint. It's a common comment that people make, like, why don't you just prime and never have to worry about difficulty of the battle or whatever, you know? It's like, Clive, why wouldn't you just prime for all these things and just smash them? And there's a reason why they don't prime. More than just the destructive nature of being an icon, but also because it takes away your life, you know? Oops, that was the wrong ability. What's up, Dooflad? Will we finish FF16 today? Unlikely. I would say even with really good pushing, we won't finish it because we do have to also do another quest chain at the end of the game as per the bonus objective that we unlocked. So I think even without that, we wouldn't finish today. It's more than likely going to finish tomorrow.
But I'd say we've done what we can for the time being.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, I mean, when you pull things from FF14 and as a comparison, it really gives it like validity, you know, and gives you a better understanding of, yeah, oh yeah, this is definitely the FF14 devs. Really excited to know who will be or who is working on FF17 though.
You have the town's thanks.
I think in probably a couple of years we'll see some information.
There will be more. Many more. And you'll need to be ready for them.
Oh, we shall. Isn't that right, Captain?
Yes, milady. The garrison will be ready.
Philippe here has convinced most of the men to remain at their posts. For now, at least.
Hearing that the Dane would look kindly on any man who committed himself to the task certainly didn't hurt. It's not the most selfless of motives, I'll admit.
The bonus objective is for every game. Every game has a potential bonus objective that can be unlocked.
I became a soldier to protect the people I love.
And they've been unlocked all the way up until Remake.
Include the one standing before me.
Yep, Remake is after FF16 and then Rebirth after that.
And chivalrous.
Zero was a bonus every day.
Now, if you don't mind,
yeah, their primary focus is on 7.3, so that just means that their like animation teams and their sound design teams and stuff are primarily working on those. But it doesn't mean that FF17 isn't in development. It's just that like they have, you know, they have multiple projects running, but there's only so many resources at their disposal. That's all that means. So it's still underway. It just means that the priority, the main focus, the big teams, the big cheeses, all the major resources are being delegated towards Remake 3. Well, my stream schedule is always sorted. I maintain a very strict streaming schedule, actually. In fact, my streaming schedule is different this year because of 2 days off.
Your new companion appears much more formidable.
I try to keep a tight schedule.
Should I be worried?
You haven't been introduced.
Jill. Clive has told me much about
I
you.
loved the minigame frenzy of
lies,
part
I'm
3.
sure.
I loved that. Or
Your
part 2,
story
rather.
said
I thought that was
Dalimil
great.
has a bandit
So it's really
problem.
important to note that Final
Indeed.
Fantasy VII Original,
Although
like the
they're a
OG,
little late.
part of what made it
They
so
left
well
with our
loved
food
was
and
the
guild
minigames.
days
And you might be
ago.
thinking, well, I didn't care for the
Any
minigames.
idea
It's
where
not
they
about
went?
that. It's about
The
how
desert's a big
minigames
place.
broke up the
Guess
monotony
it's
of
as
the
good as
gameplay
mine.
and gave
But the
you,
fact
instead of
is,
like dungeon,
I
story,
have more
dungeon, story,
immediate
dungeon, story, it
concerns.
was like dungeon, minigame, story, minigame, dungeon, dungeon, story, minigame. It made
As
it,
if by magic.
it reset your brain
Let's just
so you could
say
get back into
we've
something with a
yet
fresh
to reach
look
a
on it and stuff.
consensus about how to
So
solve Dalimil's
they
little
wanted to
problem.
and
And at
reinforce
this
that
rate, it won't
concept.
be the actions
And
of the
also, like,
bandits which
if
prove
you
to be our
don't do
undoing.
everything, you're
It
really
will
not
be
going to
our
get that many
own.
mini games
I've tried
comparatively.
reasoning with the dissenting parties, but even the Desert Hare has limits.
Really, I felt opposite.
Perhaps we
I
could
felt
talk to
I
them.
loved all of them, and I thought they
What
were
makes you
all
think they'll listen
exceedingly
to
well
us?
polished. I thought they were all
makes you
really,
think
really
they
well
won't?
done, personally.
She makes a fair point.
I mean,
Sid.
I've played a lot of
And
games with a
you
lot
will
of
have
shitty
wasted much of
mini
your
games in
precious
them,
time if
so
you fail.
having so many mini games that
Just
felt
across the
good.
courtyard.
I loved the Flying Chocobo one. Yeah, that was great. Yeah, I loved it. I thought that was an awesome one. It took me a bit of time to get to harder difficulties, but I still really enjoyed it. It's kind of funny that you mention it, then, that because I was specifically thinking about that and how much I enjoyed that one, you know? It was broken. I platinumed the game on the weeks of release. I did everything. So I was able to do it just fine.
wouldn't talk like
There was
that if it
definitely a
had been
harder
your
one
men
that was
who
really,
throats
really
were
difficult to
slit.
do,
Blood for blood. It's
but
the only
I was
way.
able to do it.
We hire mercenaries and have them mount the bandits' heads on our walls as a lesson to the rest.
And what happens when those mercenaries are slaughtered like your men? Are you going to hire more? We're better off using that coin to buy food and supplies.
They admitted it was
If we
broken?
hire
Oh, I don't know.
mercenaries,
I was
the
able to
only
do it
thing
just
we're
fine.
buying is the bandit's ire.
Platinum
And
trophy.
you cannot fill empty bellies with that.
Platinum trophy. And that was obtained on 4/3, so April 3rd. God, it was like January, Manuary. What? Why? What?
Do you hear
Brain.
But what happens when they come back? Maybe it'll be
They left the
your
beta version of the
throat
rings in
that's
by
slit.
accident. Oh, okay, cool. Well,
That's
whatever they
enough.
patched it, I was able to do it all the weeks following the
Any more of
release.
this
I
and I'll
no
throw you
life
out
that game
myself.
hardcore.
Come back when you're ready to.
It might have
talk
just
like
been really,
adults.
really difficult. I do remember there was one where it's like you had to really perfect the dive and the loop, like the swoop back up to get to the farthest one. It was the last one, and it was really, really hard to do.
Victor.
But it was doable. It was just hard. And I kind of agree with Motzi to a lesser extent that this game is definitely much like Rebirth is a much, much better game than this is. And that's saying a lot because this game is fantastic.
Sid and Lady Jill. What brings you here?
I was about to ask you the same thing.
Costness is in chaos.
I don't
The
think that was a
markets have all
factor,
but
Shaggy
ceased
Dan.
to operate.
So
The
no.
Briar's Kiss here in Dalimil is the only place I can reliably obtain supplies. I was here
Yeah,
to do
exactly what
just
Spectron
that
said. I don't
when
think
Master
that's a
Lugo
factor.
Told me of his troubles. He thought I might be able to talk some sense into these fools. But if you're here, I suppose his
Remake,
patience must
I meant
be waning.
remaster.
Who are
Yeah, that's
these
no
people?
surprise. DQ3 is like a cultural
Those were the
phenomenon in
thorns
Japan.
in Lubor's
It was always going to
side.
sell like 5
And the
million at
reason
least.
This place might be headed the same way as Costness.
But if you look at US sales for
These
Dragon Quest 3
accursed
remake,
spies.
it's like
The darkness is
500,000 to a
enough drive
million,
man to
and it
madness.
goes to show you like
Or an
what the actual
entire
performance of the
city, for
product
that
is.
matter.
The reason it sold so well in
We're
Japan
still
is because
working on this,
DQ3,
guys.
like I said, is a cultural
But in
phenomenon.
the meantime, perhaps we can find a solution to Dalimil's problems.
I hope so. For all our sakes.
I do think remake is better than 16 as well, yeah. But I mean, I love both of them, like a tremendous amount. I just think remake and rebirth are beyond. They're way beyond. Like, you know how what was that Sea of Thieves or whatever game that
What I
EA released,
saw
or like
was a room
or
full of people who
Ubisoft?
were angry and
It's the
afraid.
first 11 out of 10 game,
good
and
reason
it was
by the sound of
garbage.
But if left to smolder,
You know, first
That
quadruple
guy.
A game or something like that. You know, all these memes are
set
coming
the
out about it.
entire
I think
town
Rebirth is
My thoughts
legitimately
exactly.
the first like a game that should be considered for that kind of accolade. You know what I mean? I mean, it's not. It's a 10/10 game for sure. I just mean like
As long as they are
Rebirth has
divided,
set a new
we are vulnerable.
like
And if there's one thing Bandit's
threshold
like,
for what
it's
you
an easy
can and should
target.
do with a game. And
What would Sid the Outlaw
it's one of the,
suggest?
if not the best games ever made.
Well, if it were my namesake,
But for modern games, it's definitely
he'd let
set a
them
bar
choose for themselves.
that developers
and
should be
on hand
striving
to pick up
for.
the pieces when it all went wrong.
That sounds like a recipe for disaster.
A recipe for disaster is precisely what it is.
This is definitely one of those games that keeps on giving too. Don't get me wrong. I mean,
that
I'm talking of
realization
Rebirth, but FF16 is still
enough to make them
fantastic.
question the
This is definitely a game that keeps on giving, but
While it's
Rebirth is a
plain
game that
neither
just
Conrad
keeps
nor Mackley
on
will
giving.
countenance the other's proposal, it may still be possible to make them doubt their own. Before presenting them with a third option.
And that would be?
Yes, it's the biggest flaw, Shaggy
Pool our
Dan.
resources and save the city ourselves. Why fight each other?
When all that fear and anger can be directed at the bandits.
It appears we have a
What?
plan of action.
My social media was flooded with Clive posts
Victor,
on
pay
Tekken. What are you
Conrad
talking
a visit.
about?
See if you can't convince him of his folly.
I couldn't
I'll speak
scroll
with
without
Natalie.
seeing 15 different Clive and Tekken posts.
Your faces are not well known in this town. That may prove useful. Don't worry, Victor and I will do most of the talking. You need only play along.
Play along.
What he means to say is yes.
The only reason FF16 doesn't have a lot of as much visibility as it should is because of console exclusivity. It really hurt it. That being said, FF16 still outperformed its expectation. Don't let the clickbait articles fool you. They'll be like, oh, Square with, you know, this, that, or the other in FF16 didn't meet expectations, and what they really are saying is that their entire catalog of
Lady
games
of
did
the
not meet their
Spear
expectations,
herself.
but games like Rebirth and FF16 exceeded expectations,
introduce
but
you
weren't
to
enough to
Jane,
match the rest of the expectation that the other
commander
games
of the
lacked.
Red Wings,
That's really what it was.
the
So don't let
oldest
that bullshit
mercenary
fool
guild in the
you.
Free Cities.
FF16
my
has
lady.
a lot of love for it, and I think sales are around
Pleasure is
7 million
all
after the
mine.
PC release, somewhere
As
around
I
there
told
probably.
you, I summoned the commander here from Canberra to inquire about a contract.
Victor says you told him no. That there aren't any men left to hire. Is that true?
True as the crystals cracked. Nobles came and claimed every last one worth his salt. And not just from us Red Wings.
That's
You know
I
the
saw a lot of
high
that too, Jimmy
houses.
Jam.
There must be 2 score swords assigned each one. Granted, we have a few boys left. If it's boys you're looking for.
Well, Conrad, are you saying that Dalamul's finest cannot defend this town better than a gaggle of unblooded striplings? That a band of beardless youths could better avenge the deaths of your brave men than you yourselves?
Absolutely not. We'll show those bastards who they're dealing with.
Yeah, I mean, like, why would you?
actually
It makes much more sense to
Conrad's
release
not what you call
the
brightest
latest main
candle
Final
in the
Fantasy
crypt.
character than, you know,
And there's
a remake
reason why I
character
had
on
you
a
do the talking and
collaboration.
not Sid. Well played, my lady.
What a shock.
If I had my pickaxe, I would.
Tell it like it really is.
I mean, it may still be possible to buy something. Ah, here he is now. Natalie, allow me to introduce Lord Underhill of Randalar's prestigious League of Merchants.
Lord Underhill. At your service.
Underhill.
I was just telling the good lady of our conversation, my lord, and how you were lamenting the state of the capital's stores.
Lubor says that not only are the granaries almost empty, but that war and the Blight mean this season's harvest won't be enough to fill them for winter.
Indeed, certainly that is the case. The nobles in the capital are buying up the city's stocks of barley and wine, driving the prices higher than most commoners can afford, it is only a matter of time before the peasants revolt.
It is worse than I thought. If what Lord Underhill says is true, I fear we have little hope of supplementing our stores, meager though they regrettably are. And while I applaud your
Indeed,
endeavors
certainly,
to
that is the
dissuade
case.
our more bellicose citizens from seeking vengeance, I sense Conrad is not wrong in his assessment of the bandits' likely return. Which means that now, more than ever, we will need to secure what little we still have. Food, weapons, herbs, everything. If our humble town is to endure not only this hardship, but those that are certain to follow, we must stand united.
Last time I checked, Rebirth and FF16 have about equal sales
All right.
on the PS5.
If it will help to protect my home,
Or
I'll do it.
Rebirth and FF16, not Remake, because Remake's
But you needn't have gone
not
through
console
this
exclusive,
charade.
and also was PS4 first, which allowed it to have a much greater console sales than the PS5 locked Rebirth.
Thank you, Clive.
I sure would like to
was
see what the
nothing if
actual
not
total sales are for FF16 and
workmanlike.
Rebirth right now, but they haven't
She saw
released
right
PC
through
sales
it.
for either of those
I didn't
games.
say it was good.
But from
Merely
what
that
I
it produced
read
the
and what I
desired
understand it,
effect.
estimates put
Now, my scouts should be returning
FF16's
shortly.
initial week
Be
one
back with a
sales
bride's kiss,
on
and
Steam
we
at
shall
3
see
million
what we
as well,
face.
which brings it up to 6 million from PS5, plus the extra time that's gone on since then, probably looking at 7 or so. And a similar goes for Rebirth.
I don't know.
But Remake
Conrad seemed
sold
quite taken
10
with it.
million plus total so far. I think it's up to 11 or so. But a sequel game is always going to sell less, so I imagine Rebirth will probably cap around 8.
Good news, Sid. Both Conrad and Natalie have somewhat gracefully
Yeah, Japan
accepted
only
their new
only releases the numbers for
With time,
physical sales
they
or
may
something
even
like that.
learn
It's really weird.
Time no longer appears to be the luxury it was before lunch.
I take it your scouts found the bandits.
Technically, it would be the bandits who found my scouts. It appears they march for Dalamil as we speak.
Yeah, usually they're a lot more
of
transparent about that kind of thing.
They don't just want food, they want the whole damn town.
I have a favor to ask.
Yes, we'll
I'm
defend.
told the bandits
we'll defend
march
the
in
cities.
2 groups, one from the south and one from the desert, in a move doubtless intended to stretch our already gossamer thin defenses.
Well, you just happen to
Very
have
well.
2 icons, so I think we'll be
Jill and I
okay.
will meet those from the desert. But what of the rest?
The rest, my friend, the city shall fight. Together. Mistakes I concede are
Estimates
high.
800K. That's not terrible.
If this does not unite
It should be better than
Dalamil,
that, but
nothing will.
That is a lot of faith to put into those who had their hands around each other's throats but a moment ago.
Then it
I wonder
will
if
be
that's
for
just
us to see
pre-orders
that their
then.
hands are kept occupied. And I do mean us.
I thought you might say that.
We'll hold them off for as long as we can.
And we will do the same.
oh, both 16 and Rebirth got hit hard by the console exclusivity, which is why Square said no more of that. And it made sense to go exclusive PS5 because PS4 had 110 million users when they made Remake release on PS4 exclusive. But when these games came out, there were only 60 million users of PS5, which significantly tanked their potential sales by half or more, you know?
They mean to overwhelm us.
Pentakill! Nice! It was. That's the whole point of this conversation. Is that the sales of PS5 were way lower than they should have been because of the chip shortage due to, and it was both due to COVID, putting labor in the garbage bin basically, and also cryptocurrency taking the remaining parts and resources away from manufacturers that were making computer parts and PS5s. So it was a twofold thing. Labor was short and resources were short. And so the PS5 suffered in production, which of course caused it to suffer in sales. And that's why the PS5 user base is much smaller, because by the time they could get things in order, it was already 2 years into the lifespan of the PS5. And people thought, oh, it's too late into the PS5 lifespan. I don't want to buy a PS5 anymore, even though it's probably got a good 3 or 4 years. By today, it's still got a good 3 or 4 years, at least. You know, console lifespan is usually about 7 or 8 years these days, instead of the typical 5, because performance doesn't increase as much anymore, or game development can't keep up with the performance of machines these days. So game performance is at a stagnation, or a game like fidelity rather is at a stagnation, while hardware is catapulting. So it's much easier to get a high performance machine that'll play pretty much everything. So now that the shortages are over, PS5s just aren't moving as fast. Although I will say PS5 is the best selling console every single month currently for the past like forever, aside from about 5 months ago the Switch was still selling it, but not anymore, especially since the Switch 2 announcement.
You saved Alamil.
We all saved Alamil.
Conrad seems to have had a change of heart.
I'd say they both have.
I take it from your presence that our visitors from the desert won't be joining us either. Pity.
No, I think 17 will be developed for PS5.
Granted,
but it won't be exclusive.
Bloodthirsty bandits at our gate.
Yeah, I know, right? The load times for FF16 are incredibly fast.
We are united, and that is all that matters.
But yeah, it's possible that Remake Part 3 is still console exclusive, because we don't know if they're under contract for the whole trilogy to be Sony exclusive. But we do know that they're going to be pulling away from it. At the very least, FF17 will not be exclusive, which is good.
Our friends seem to have things under control. For now, at least. Let's go and put on.
Yay, we're done with the, hey, everything is getting their ass kicked, generic side quest part of the main story.
How may I help you today, Clive? You earned
Dire
this.
Wolf Jess?
Best of luck out there, Sid.
Dire Wolf Jess. A dire also seduces prey and overwhelming with a fury of attacks that injure both body and spirit. Increases combo damage by 5%? Does that just mean like if I go whap whap, now I have 2-hit combo, and now it's 5% more damage? That's exceedingly unlikely, Demon Die. There's no way they would do that. Why the fuck would they exclude their entire player base? No, that's not gonna happen.
What do you want? Yeah, that should do you.
Anything else?
I'm gonna try this out. Seems like it could be good. 10% damage on combos? I mean, that just feels like every time I hit something, it's now a combo, right?
Still alive, are ya? It'd better all be here. You're rubbing me blind, you know. Is that all?
Yeah, they would Sony wouldn't allow it for one because they'd basically be saying you're making it like, because Sony is going to be like, listen, 90% of our player base is not on a PS5 Pro, so if you make it a game for Pro only, you're basically saying we can't get sales on our console. We don't like that. Don't do that. They're not gonna publish the game or allow it to be released on their console or whatever, you know.
Was wondering when you
They didn't do that with the PS4 Pro, so no. The PS4 Pro and the PS5 Pro are just for better loading times and more stable frame rate. That's it.
To arrive at just the right moment.
Luck, I suppose. Any word on the rest of the realm?
Let's see. Storm's still crying out for mother crystals. The nations are still in chaos. And the skies are still the color of a...
Optimization takes time, and time is money, friend.
Right.
Clive, we knew this was going to happen. Well, not the bleeding skies part, but you take my point. Now's not the time to second guess yourself. Now's the time to visit the infirmary. Talia says your brother's awake.
Thank you, Otto.
Joshua!
So it was not Sylvester, but Olivier who served as Ultima's puppet. And when Dion learned of this, he sought to slay the fiend. Only for his father to take the spear that would have freed him. Enough to drive a man to madness.
Small wonder he hasn't stirred. I would be afraid to wake.
Had I but reached out to him sooner, warned him of the threat Ultima posed. But now, both an empire and her prince lie broken.
Joshua, what do you know of Ultima?
Very little, I'm afraid. Despite my best efforts.
Crystal Chronicle 2? There's already a Crystal Chronicle 2. In fact, there's Crystal Chronicle 4.
As I lay buried beneath the rubble of Phoenix Gate, 'twas not death who came for me, but another. And it was while in my rescuer's care, I first heard of Ultima. I've been chasing his shadow ever since. Ultima is driven by some deep, dark purpose, and for whatever reason, it would seem you are crucial to his designs. He will stop at nothing to have you, even if that means toppling an empire.
But why me? What possible use could I be to such a creature?
That is one of many answers.
Yep, yes, there are 4 Crystal Chronicle games.
Yet, I am certain of this. It is not mere chance. You were chosen.
Echoes of Time, Tides of something or other, and
all dominants
Crystal
carry within
Bearer.
them the might of an icon.
I wouldn't really call them sequels, though.
Thy limitless power that is at once acutely limited.
They're on the DS for 2 of them.
I wield fire.
And the fourth one's on the Wii. It's terrible.
And I only ice. 8 wardens for 8 elements. But you, Clive.
You.
But there was one warden.
You're special.
To rule them all.
Your abilities begin with the flames of Ifrit. But they do not end there. The fact Ifrit can even exist goes against everything we thought we knew of dominance. Perhaps Ultima has been waiting for one such as you, whose potential is truly limitless.
I've encountered that thing several times now. If it or he, as you say, needs me, why hasn't he claimed me as he did the boy?
Were I to hazard a guess, I'd say the 2 of you are somehow incompatible. His mind not properly attuned to your body.
His mind.
Mind, awareness, spirit, call it what you wish. But I believe Ultima to be an embodiment of the concept. This is why I struggle and fail to contain him here inside me.
I'm sorry. Inside you?
With every setting sun, I feel my strength wane. And though the Phoenix's flames mend the prison I have made for Ultima, they do so at a cost. We must find a means to bring an end to him before I meet my own.
PS2 to PS3 era was basically the era of slam out as many games as possible.
It was that or let
and
him
realize
take
that doesn't
Clive.
work.
And I've always had a soft spot for my brother.
So now it's indie games that get slammed out.
Sacrifice yourself to save me.
Joshua. Clive, it's Gav. There's an army of Akashic at the gates of Canver.
Well, what's the short of it?
Tyre told you. The capital of the Free Cities is under siege by an army of monstrosities.
Yo, what's up, Elmagus? Thank you for the
Some guys
raid.
doing their best to
Oh
stand
gosh,
the
I was
tide.
just watching your
Numbers
stream
ain't
and I
on their
totally
side.
forgot what you were
Byron in
playing.
mid?
Dang.
Were they able to...
Well, thank you for the raid. Welcome in, everybody. This is the Final Fantasy Fiesta. It's a race through the main numbered entries of the Final Fantasy franchise. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, 15, 16, and then we're also having Remake and Rebirth after this, as well as a hidden game. We do this every year. It's the 8th annual Final Fantasy Fiesta. Every game has its unique challenges that have been attached to it, and it's different every year. On top of that, we're not allowed to run away from any encounter along the way, so fight or die all the way through on top of all the other difficulties or challenges or collectathons or whatever we're doing. And you can see it's a long race. 284 hours going so far. Thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. Go follow Omegas. Great people. Always plays lots of
They're all right
similar
for now.
things.
They're hiding with Gav at midship.
Dang it, what were you playing?
We have to get them out
Was
of
it
there.
was it Diablo? I think it was Diablo.
Michelle.
I think it was Diablo.
Otto,
Pretty sure it's
prepare
Diablo.
Stolas. Tell Gav to stay exactly where he is.
Understood.
Vivian,
Well,
what's the
Diablo
swiftest
4.
route to the Free Cities?
Specifically.
That sounds like a question for the map. Look here.
Oh, was it 3?
This road,
Okay.
through Tabor. Should provide the least trouble.
Good.
What a coincidence. Tabor is exactly where I'm bound.
Joshua, bed is where you should be bound.
You don't think I told him the exact same thing?
Were Tyre not such a talented healer, I would surely have been inclined to agree. But thanks to her ministrations, I feel I may safely rejoin my attendant, who was to wait for me in Tabor if we became separated.
All right, we travel together.
Clive.
If he stays close to me, he'll be fine.
Thank you, brother.
I'll look after him.
Against all odds. Alright, so I think we already restocked on potions and everything. We can just save it and go. We're kicking some R's, definitely. Thank you for the 10 months of summit. Thank you very, very much. And again, thank you, Elmagus, for the raid. I appreciate it. Welcome in, everybody. Hope you enjoy your stay. And for those of you that were already here, definitely go follow Omegas. I mean, he's the OG speedrunner and just always does a lot of cool retro RPG stuff, or just retro stuff in general, or just, you know, good video games. Good place to chill. So did Cat Quest today. Oh, I know, right? It's so fun. Yeah, I played Cat Quest 1. It's good. Actually, I have a review in the Discord, too. Probably should have checked the smith for anything new, but that's
It's like
okay.
a dream. The four of us out walking like we used to.
Enjoying this, are you? Gav and the others could be in danger as we speak.
You're right. I'm sorry. Yote is a fine scout. If Candle was attacked, she will already have begun gathering information.
Tabor isn't far. We should pick up the pace.
We can use the ruins to cross the ravine.
Assuming they would allow it. The Echoes have a will of their own.
Yep, definitely not going to be able to avoid this encounter. That's okay. We burn them to the... Oops, wrong button. Burn them to the ground! Did something get knocked off? Oh my god. Okay, I can't go down there. So this is gonna be a battle that I have to run away from because the battle's over, but my Flames of Rebirth aggroed the enemies down there. And so I'm still in combat and I can't jump off to go get them. It's impossible. I have to leave. So, well, we're running away. Sorry, it has to be done. There are extenuating circumstances to no runaway rules in the Fiesta. It's not even a detour. Like, I literally cannot get down there. It's not possible. I would have to get out of combat to go down there anyway, you know? It's over. You know what I want is an accessory that reduces cooldown of my abilities with each strike I make with my sword. That would be so good. It doesn't even have to be a lot, just enough. Like maybe I get, you know, 10-20% reduced cooldown overall. But just something like that would change the gameplay so much. It would actually enhance your like stagger strategy as well, because you might want to stagger your abilities during the stagger. I know, redundant, right? In order to force other abilities on cooldown to maximize damage output. That's the first time it's ever happened to me, Bronze. That's the first time that's ever happened to me, so I've never really had any particular issue with this zone normally. But it's the first time for everything, I suppose.
Another ether flood. They're everywhere now.
We can't go around it.
Then we'll just have to be careful.
Nope, can't get up there. I was hoping to find maybe a shortcut or something. There's a quest in that ether flood. The guy just passed up. Obviously, I'm not gonna fight any encounters I don't need to. I gotta check to see what enemy level the enemies are, like what level the game expects me to be, me to be, and what level I actually am. Because pretty sure I'm about 73. I'm 64 or something, so about 10 levels underneath where the game expects me to be in terms of level. Lovely. I'm sure it'll be fine considering we're playing on hard mode and
a few places I haven't.
We have limited output due to random icons. I'm sure it'll be fine.
Where now, Joshua?
There is a residence just inside the city gates. She awaits us within.
My Lord Marquis, it is an honor. I am Yote, Knight of the Undying, charged with the protection of His Grace Joshua Rosfield, Keeper of the Flame of the Phoenix.
Of course. It all makes sense now.
Would you care to elaborate?
The Undying are loyal servants to the ducal throne. Or more specifically, to its heir. They have served our family for generations, albeit from the shadows.
Since their inception, they have been tasked with the preservation and enactment of the rites of ancestral communion. After the events at Phoenix Gate, it was the Undying who delivered me to safety. And since
What's up,
the day I
DJ?
left
What's going on?
Rosaria, Yote has been my constant companion and protector. Without her sword, I would not have survived my journey across the realm.
Rise, Lady Yote. You saved my brother. I owe you a debt I can never repay.
I but did my duty.
Come now. Tell us what you've discovered.
Your Grace. It is as you feared. The vessel we spied off the coast of the Crystalline Dominion on the night of her fall. It was the Einherjar. Beyond any doubt.
Odin's ship.
The Black Galleon.
Joshua.
Or Barnabas.
The Einherjar is the Royalists' flagship. What business would they have in the Dominion?
Well, they're allies with Dhalmekia, who was warring with them.
Waloed's involvement in recent events at Drake's Fang, I sensed the malign influence of Ultima, and bid Yote and the Undying look into the matter.
We have reason to believe that the Black Galleon weighed anchor shortly after the fighting began, and set a course due south.
For Canva. Then it is Waloed knights who besiege the cities.
What is left of them? Yes. And the Black Galleon sails at but one man's behest. Barnabas Tharm.
But are we truly safe here in the Agora?
The city guard have been paid, if that's what you're implying.
All the more reason for them to run.
Well, you are free to leave, Lord Minister.
Markets abandoned, warehouses aflame, blackened hulls choking every port in the capital. Canva is ruined.
The realm teeters on the brink of chaos, and all you can think about is commerce.
Forgive us. We were not aware Dhalmekia now subsisted on charity.
How dare you?
Distinguished members of the Council, you must forgive His Majesty this intrusion.
What is the meaning of this?
A trifle crowded, but I fear it will have to serve, my liege.
Very well.
I'm just glad they didn't actually use the Wilhelm scream.
The king, he has come to save us from the Akashic. He is a gift from the heavens, divine intervention, our very salvation.
And of course, if it is compensation he requires, we would be most willing to negotiate a fair price for services rendered.
Fools. Your ignorance unbecomes you.
Your Majesty, correct me if I'm wrong, but I would swear that the fiends washing the cobbles of Canva with the blood of her citizens wear the colors of Waloed. Ha! So you do not deny it. Guards, fetter them, and see our guests to the dungeons!
Enough.
Whoopsie doodle.
Pathetic creatures. That you should imagine yourselves worthy of salvation. The girl is still here, somewhere in the city. Her consciousness fair dripping with her late father's hubris. A consciousness to which Mythos is inextricably bound and inexorably drawn. See that he is made welcome.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Come, Mythos. Surely the prince's light cannot have sated you.
So then, how long has Waloed been under Ultima's control?
5.
How long indeed? Based on what we know of Barnabas's actions, I would guess some few years, mayhap more.
Years, okay.
But to what end? What does Ultima want?
The tapestry. Show them.
Kevgonian, 13 months of summit. Thank you very much. Working on that 2nd year. Thank you. It's a little bit more of a complete version of what we saw underneath Rosario.
Gate, Drake's breath, and now here. But what is it?
It is old, ancient, even. Naught remains of the faith it represents, save what can be gleaned from the image itself. None could tell me what the one in the apothecary meant, even the Undying. But I believe it may be the key to discerning Ultima's purpose. That figure in the center, the one beneath whom the icons congregate, that I believe to be Ultima. He is a god, or at least godlike, his very existence beyond our ken. The icons, and by extension their dominants, are meant to be his subjects, and while some, like Barnabas, have accepted this role, others have rejected it. Like you, Clive, which is rather inconvenient, as it appears he needs you most of all. And gods don't like to be disobeyed.
No, I don't suppose they do.
Clive, may I tell Yote of the lake?
By all means.
Yote, I will be accompanying my brother to the Free Cities. Whilst we are afield, I would have you watch over those Clive has made his wards. Umielos delan tuisag ilith. Though well concealed, the hideaway lacks trained fighters to defend its occupants should they be discovered.
But it is my duty to...
As it has ever been my brother's duty, remember.
If that is your wish, Your Grace. But please be safe. If aught were to befall you,
You have my word.
Yeah, you can always pop it in the Final Fantasy Fiesta Discord, and then we can get to it later. I always go back and read most of what is typed in there just so I can discuss it, you know?
Farewell, my lord, my lady.
We are in your debt, Yote.
Let's find our friends.
Oh boy, side quests that we can do.
Very deeply. And I her, which is why I had to let her go.
Welcome, welcome.
Go safely.
Cyril. How fares the search?
Well, Your Grace, my report shall be with you ere long.
Ah, yes. Yotei is otherwise engaged, at my behest.
And the duty of wardenship?
Fulfilled. For as you see, I've been reunited with my first shield.
More like worst shield. Good job, you almost got him killed, jerkhead.
Charged with chronicling the mortal deeds of His Grace, Joshua Rosfield, Keeper of the Flame of the Phoenix, and rightful Archduke of Rosaria.
I entrusted Cyril here with overseeing the investigation into Ultima's origins.
No, it's not that he just didn't know who that was.
Delivered here to be collated and
Well, of course, he's going to be hesitant when you approach somebody, they start slowing down and getting in your way.
Yet we are glad
Anybody
to give
would.
Our all in service to the Phoenix.
It's a natural reaction to somebody you don't know getting in your way and slowing down as you walk past each other.
And has ever been our creed.
I see.
You have your associates, I have mine. But you may now think of them as ours. That won't be a problem, will it?
The Phoenix is our sun, and we but the shadows that quicken in his radiance. It is from the darkness that we serve, both him and now you. Pray accept this token.
All right, we got more pieces of flair.
For as long as you bear it, members of our order will reveal themselves unto you. If there is nothing further.
No. You are dismissed.
Your Grace.
To Canva, then.
We'll talk about this later. Cyril seemed very, You certainly keep strange bedfellows, Joshua.
He just wears them like pieces of flair all over himself.
Cities and a sea.
By the end of the game, you're basically in a clown costume. Let's see if we can get around these guys. Nope. Wow. Should have tried to go a little bit more wider. Makes me wonder what combo damage is. If it's just me swinging my sword combo damage, then I think the combo accessory is kind of garbage. But if combo damage includes anything that's like a continuous hit, like Rising Phoenix and stuff, then that's gotta be really, really good. But it's hard to pick out the numbers from the chaos of, you know, tons of numbers popping up all over the screen.
Is the city fallen?
The free men are still holding their own, then.
Do we have any idea where Gav and the others might be?
That way.
There's a warehouse near the docks where we agreed to meet if there was any trouble.
I was just thinking, like, you know, like just little badges all over him, you know, like a Boy Scout sash in a way, just little pins all over the place. It's so out of place. Pretty sure my potions are stocked up. I should be good to go.
Sounds like thunder.
You're late. We're starting to think you'd stumbled off a cliff.
I seem to recall that was you, Gav.
Good to see you.
It was indeed him.
Any trouble on the road?
Nothing we couldn't handle.
I knew you'd come. Is that who I think it is?
Yes.
Allow me to introduce my brother, Joshua.
Clive's told me all about you. Or even listening most of the time. Name's Midadol, but everyone calls me Mid.
My lady.
That's right, both of your nephews are alive.
Uncle Byron.
It's really you. I never thought I'd see the day.
Rewa! Thank you for the 43 months.
That's what it looked like. Empty eyes, eerie blue glow. No doubt they were turned, but silent as monks, every last one of them.
Your man here speaks true, Clive. We saw more than a few in this city. They moved in ranks with a purpose, and not of their own.
Ultima's doing.
Perhaps.
What of the city? The people?
Dead, mostly.
Mostly, but not all. A handful managed to lock themselves in their villas before the Horde arrived. Some in the Merchants' District to the west, and a few others on the far bank.
If the Akashic stumble across either hiding place, a few bolted doors won't hold them for long. We need to find them. And quickly.
So we can kill them ourselves. I mean, save them. Yeah.
We split into two parties. I will make for the Merchants' District, while you look to those across the river. Mind keeping an eye on my brother?
Not at all. We find the villa and try the servants' entrance.
Understood.
And what of us?
Mid, is she fit to sail?
The ship, the Mithril engine could probably do with a few more tweaks.
Then you better work fast. Even if we do reach the survivors in time, they'll never make it to the hideaway on foot.
You leave that to me.
See that Mid doesn't get herself into trouble, would you?
Think I can manage that?
I'll keep him safe.
Looks like you stuck with me, Byron.
That's Lord Rossfield, you little gutter snipe!
Shall we then?
And you keep Clive safe.
Be careful. Both of you.
You too.
You three. I'm more helpful in carrying than he is, because I said you three instead of you two, which is 50% more care than he had.
All right, Torgal. Let's find those survivors.
Yeah, less than 3.
They don't stand a chance against those things.
I like that you can see them just getting walloped.
They've been routed.
Definitely not over, but I will get some damage on him. Hate these things so much. He's gonna limit on his ass. Also, because I don't have anything on cooldown, so it's my only damage that I can get on him. I thought I saw a shiny back there. I did not see a shiny back there. You know, you build up your limit break a lot faster than I realized. I should utilize that more often during regular encounters. As long as I can remember where the bosses are and everything, it shouldn't be a problem. And even then, I'm going to build up my limit break before I stagger anyway. So I should definitely limit a lot more often. I think that's going to be like the real determining factor for how Seven and I get through this game like faster than one another is maximizing like our ability cooldowns and our limit breaks. You know, of course the obvious like build, execution, etc. is a factor, but like I think that's one of those knowledge things that really, really, really works with this game on the Final Fantasy Fiesta in terms of the race aspect of the game is, you know, knowing when and how to limit break and not shying away from it and only using it during boss encounters, you know? Just that alone was already a whole limit break bar. That was way too early. Why didn't he not stagger? Look at that, I've already pretty much built up my limit break with this one encounter. So definitely worth using limit break like every other battle, pretty much. As long as I get like a little mini boss kind of, or elite enemy or something, I should probably pop a limit. Builds up quite quickly.
Don't get surrounded.
Okay. God damn, these chocobos are being assholes. Well, they are birds and thus jerks, so I guess it makes sense.
That sounded big. Joshua and Jill must be busy.
Damn, they got sent with that Titan. That was awesome. That hurt. What? I'm like in the middle of a dodge. Oh shit, why did I strength pot there? Oh well.
Already. Nice try.
Definitely should not have burned a strength pot, but that's okay. I kind of got a little gung-ho on the consumables there. Just fucking die already. God damn, dude. One of my biggest things that get me super annoyed, and it's not the game's fault, is when something is really close to being dead and it just will not fucking die and it keeps putting you on the defensive and it keeps getting extra damage on you and it's like, I just need to hit you one time. Stop it. You're burning all my resources when all I need to do is tap you on the fucking nose, you know? I hate it. It's not the game's fault, it's just like something that gets me riled up.
Where are they? These creatures. These Ultimus creatures step this far. What the hell is going on here? It's over.
Not really. I mean, just because the sky has a different color doesn't mean anything. Like, as far as Cliven's concerned, he doesn't know what that means. Not to mention, like, he doesn't know the full extent of Ultima's power and his influence. It's a perfectly reasonable question to have or concern.
You've caused quite the commotion. But then I would
You gotta see it from
expect no
Clive's
less
perspective. He's making all sorts of assumptions, you know? It's like going back to the you know, 600 AD with a machine gun and a rocket launcher, and they're gonna think you're Magic Man or something, you know?
You were in my family's crypt, and now you're here with an army of Akashic thralls.
Manners, Lord Rossfield. They are men, like you and me. Albeit ones unburdened by the wills that drive our kind to madness. They are pure. They are divine.
What?
And they are all that remains in this once raucous city.
You'll pay for what you've done.
As you wish. I confess I have been very much looking forward to this. Pardon me this indulgence, Your Majesty. The vessel shall not be spoiled. I am Sleipnir of House Harvard, and you will yield. Or not. As long as you don't back.
Don't dodge the magic or block the magic. Always dodge the magic.
Nice try. Fine how.
Damn it. Honestly, Wings of Light is really good for this fight. It's very easy to bait out his attacks and everything. I love that when he grabs his arm and disarm him. That was great.
You will forgive me if my performance seems uninspired. It is just that I expected so much more from our chosen one. Perhaps this...
His stagger better not have reset.
Kindle your flame.
What now?
A gift from my liege lord's armory. Gungnir. Watch closely, Mythos. Yes! Yes!
Alright, let's get a good stagger. I want a good clean stagger. Nothing below the belt. Not bad.
Seldom enough.
Or do you not agree? Actually, I wouldn't. Too slow. Nice try.
Oh, that's not the dodge button. That's the... I meant to hit the jump button and I hit the block button instead. Still blocked it, so it's fine, but yeah. I'm supposed to jump over those or dodge. Those you have to dodge or get out of the way. Okay, if you insist.
Give me more!
Hurt me more! All right, Gray Fox, calm yourself. Will I get a Giga Flare before? No. But I'll be able to get a Giga Flare before he starts being a jerk anyway.
Let's try.
Goody.
The vessel is strong. My liege.
Clive!
You're all right.
As are you, I see.
We are, yes.
I'm sorry, but we couldn't save them.
It was over before we arrived.
Well, you did what you could. I fear we were all too late. What's wrong?
Nothing. I hope.
Leaving
Hey,
so
Barney.
soon,
How's it going?
Mythos?
It's the king.
Indeed. You may kneel before Barnabas Tharm, Warden of Ash and King of Walud.
Get back.
Wild and impetuous. I expected more of the boy who bested my Lord Commander. Yet I see why my master covets you so. The power within you, Mythos. The potential.
Stop calling me Mythos.
But Mythos is everything. The cornerstone of all creation. The Lord's vessel. Your purpose.
My purpose? To surrender my mind and body to that thing.
No, Your Majesty. My purpose is my own. I made a promise to my friends, to my people. and nothing is going to stand in my way.
You would allow this delusion of free will to bar your path to greatness? Truly, your volition is a cancer, one that must be excised.
Try it.
As all the rest.
Joshua!
Oi! Oi! This way! Hurry!
I love how he's carrying my sword. Good Dougie. They always account for that, by the way, which I appreciate.
Power beyond reckoning, and they use it as a crutch. Such a waste.
Will he be all right?
The phoenix can mend flesh, but the spirit must recover on its own. I'm afraid the rest is up to him. This place is remarkable. Outfitting it must have been no small feat.
True, it's true.
But why go to such trouble?
But there's a lot of scenes in this game where they account for
His
Clive's
belly's
sword,
filled with
as
wonders
opposed
the
to it just
building
being like that
ready for.
RPG trope of you get
The
thrown
guild's
in
cut
prison,
one
yeah, all
little
your
rug,
gear
so
is on you
They
still.
all want a piece. All right.
And how is he? Do not blame yourself. He was barely breathing when you brought him here. We would have lost him if it were not for you.
No. Barnabas may have severed nigh every sinew in my brother's body. But he made certain the wounds were not fatal.
Nigh every sinew?
Allow me, your lordship. Don't know what I was thinking, putting you to the trouble like that.
'Tis no trouble carrying comestibles to my ailing nephew.
I know, but you've already done so much for us. Pouring your gil into the hideaway and now the ship. I don't want to take the piss.
You risked your life. And for what? Some girl you hardly know. Why'd you do it? You not mad or something?
I wouldn't go that far.
Clive!
You're awake, my boy. Oh.
All I want to do is help. And the world won't save itself. It was Sid. Your father, who taught me that.
Sounds like him.
Don't you dare do that again.
What of the Royalists?
Fucked off, the lot of them, along with the galleon. With the king on board, no doubt. The Iron Hair wouldn't sail without him. Clive. Jill didn't come back.
What do you mean?
She kept the king busy while the others dragged you out.
It's all right, Mid. Jill is fine.
The ether of her icon endures. And as long as it does, we can be certain she is alive.
We must pursue the Black Galleon. Jill will be with the king, I'm sure of it.
Well, good luck catching him, because my ship's going nowhere. It's the Mithril engine. She's got a kick like a wild chocobo and a mind to tear the hull in half.
But do you have an idea?
Well, of course I do. My dad'll have seen this coming a league off. If I had his old writings...
If you had his old writings, you'd be sitting under a fuckload of rubble. The ones Otto didn't save anyway. I suppose he might still have a few pages in his stores.
We'll have to hope it's enough. Do what you can to ready the ship. I'll speak with Otto.
In your condition, you really are mad.
That's okay, we had Phoenix healing.
Perhaps. But the world really won't save itself.
So we'll just go ahead and take a few weeks back to the base, and then a few weeks back to Canver, and somehow we'll catch up to the end here.
Right. Gav said that Otto might know something.
To be fair, the voyage would be months long, and with our ship, we could definitely catch up to it.
Aye, it's a dangerous world out. You'll not find a better price than that. You're rubbing me blind, you know.
You know what I should
You'll
do?
not find a
This
better
something
price
that'll
than
help me remember to use stone skin tonics at the beginning of the fight is putting the shortcut for the stone skin there, so I use it early to not take as much damage.
Yep. You do
But,
what you
wrong
need
button.
to do, Clive. Trouble with your gear, or what do you want? Not bad, if I do say so myself. Should last you a good while. Not my best work, but it'll do.
Oh, that's craft. There we go. What do I need for this one? Flawless coil risker. Well, I'm not getting that, so... What did I get the shard for? I got a shard. Why do I not have an option to make a new weapon? Oh, I need wire rate. That's why. Like 350 wire rate. Okay. Oh, that's a lot. Never had to buy materials before. It's weird.
Still alive, are ya? Coin purse weighing you down?
I guess the balancing of the materials is better than I thought, because when I played this game both times through, I mean, I got everything, you know, no problem. Just get every treasure chest and do every quest. And the material, like,
It'd better all be
you do
here.
not need to worry about materials at all. I never had to buy a single material ever. And I had so much extra, it was ridiculous.
So, will it be?
So having to go and buy materials, and the menu, the interface for this is not the greatest, because you got to go down into the menu and you have to know what you're looking for, because it sorts it in order of power, but then it also sorts it in order of rarity. So you'll go through these and you're like, oh, I don't see anything better, so I don't have to worry about it. You have to go down further beyond what you can and cannot craft, and it's just kind of like you got to figure that out. And since there's so much to sort through, you kind of miss it sometimes, especially considering that crafting is always like you need one special item and then a bunch of generic stuff, and so you're not ever even sure if you can craft it. It's just hard to read. But yeah, there we go, new weapon, and then we should be able to reinforce it.
My best work, but it'll do.
Cool. Actually a decent upgrade, which means that the belt might be a situation too. There might be a belt situation. Flawless meat. Oh, the Coaro whisker, which I won't be able to get. That's like a hunt or a quest item that I won't be able to pick up.
Cole said it was an army of Akashi. What will happen to
How are we supposed to do our duty when the hills are...
Clive? But if you're here, where the hell is everyone else? Don't tell me.
They're all right. But it's a long story.
You lot don't do things by halves, do you? Well, at least everyone's still breathing. Now, as for these writings, I'm sorry to say, Clive, but if you had those, you'd be...
Sitting under a pile of rubble, I know.
But we were able to save a few bits and pieces from the ruins, most of which ended up being used to build this place. The more personal items would go to the next of kin. In the case of Sid's things, that would have been Mid.
Then I'll check the workshop.
Ooh, 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 ooh.
If Amber and the Lazarus are gone.
What's up, VG? There's some neat little references in Mid's workshop here. There's a white mage doll right there. Looks like a little wooden doll there, but it's all white mage aesthetic and colors. Search Mid's dungeon.
This looks like it's from Sid's old diary. But you'll already have read it. I'd better keep looking. What do we have here? Oh. Sid's pipes. Something tells me Mid won't be needing these.
5-year-old cigarettes just sitting there.
I remember seeing this doll in Sid's cellar. I wonder if it was Mid's.
Isn't it funny how our old toys turn into like toys and then they turn into decoration when we get older? Because we still have the fond memories of them when we want to remember that. We just don't play with them in the same way.
Sid's best invention. Huh. That sounds promising. So Sid hid something in Mid's first opus. What would that be? Perhaps Otto might know.
I feel like this game did a really great job of referencing other Final Fantasies pretty heavily. And not just like a bunch of the FF5 references. They did make the game feel very much a Final Fantasy game. Alright, bathroom.
Well,
I can play with my toy still? I'm playing with it right now.
You wouldn't happen to know what Mid's first opus was?
Opus? That girl's as tone deaf as a banshee. Unless you mean the orchestrion. She couldn't have been more than, what, 11, 12 when she cobbled that thing together? It surprised us all. Not least her dad. You should have seen how proud he was of the little scamp. What's that battered old box have to do with anything?
I think Sid may have hidden something inside it.
Wouldn't surprise me. Those two and their bloody treasure hunts. Half the things in the hideaway were hidden one time or another.
I mean, technically, video games are toys. If you want to get down to it. To defeat the Huns? Of course, naturally.
I didn't break it. Well, I didn't break it.
What didn't you break?
Nothing. We didn't break nothing. We definitely didn't break the orchestrion.
What's wrong with it?
It's broken. Except when it isn't. See?
And you had nothing to do with this.
Well, we were kicking it a little bit, but no.
We just wanted to listen to all the songs at once. So we pressed all the buttons. Like this. See?
All too well. All right, out of the way.
Yeah, exactly. What? What are you looking at me for?
Something caught.
What?
One of the gears.
Did you break it? Can you fix it?
Look at him.
No, I mean, yeah, yes.
Just staring at me. What?
There. How about now?
You fixed it. Sid fixed it. He more than fixed it. Yeah, new music.
Huh. Never heard this one before.
They started playing when I removed this. Whatever it is.
Well, don't look at me. I can tell you it's important, though. Sid showed it to me once and said as much. Said it was the stuff dreams were made of. Let's just hope it's the stuff ships are made of as well.
Indeed. Let's see if we can make some dreams come true.
You got doohickey and thingamajig. Boy, it's weird seeing that I got 18,000 AP and just not upgrading anything because everything's maxed out. Well, everything
Just the two I was looking for.
everything that I can use is maxed out.
Actually, yes. The Crown Prince just left.
Dion left?
Unless you've another word for stood up and walked off. Yes, left. He did have the decency to leave a message with Obelisk before commandeering one of his dinghies. Should we go after him?
No. We're not the Prince's keepers. He's free to do as he sees fit.
I'd rather he did so in bed. His wounds are nowhere near healed.
Okay, he's an
Much like
icon.
yours, I suspect. Otto told me what happened in Canver. What is it with this realm's princes and their aversion to rest?
Ask me when I get back. Though I may be sometime.
Then
To
at
be
least try
fair-
to stay safe.
you'll be on the road for several weeks or months even, depending on where you're going, and there'd be a lot of healing that would go in that, yeah, you know, maybe a little slower, and it might be a little annoying because you're wounded, but you'd be fine with just walking, depending on the wound.
Every moment I waste here, the further the flagship sails. I have to get back.
Well, there's some suspension of disbelief there. Or just get rid of the monotony of the walking back. They very clearly detail out that, like, the walking takes a lot of time, and getting from one point to another takes several days or weeks or whatever. It's mentioned several times throughout the story, and honestly, it's one of the few games that actually takes into consideration the legitimate travel time across the land without, like, you know, high-speed travel or something. So I appreciate that part of the game. Although I will say, we're trying to chase the ship, and then we go all the way back to the base to maybe get a little part, and then all the way back again, which is like weeks,
Clive?
you know?
My dad had it all worked
And
out.
then we're supposed to catch up to that, and here you
He'd
are.
be proud of you, Mid. His writings may have helped, but this achievement is all yours. Can we catch them?
The Aina is one of the largest, fastest vessels ever built. And it won't help she has the wind at her back. Any other ship would be hard pressed to keep pace with her, let alone reel her in. But this isn't any other ship. This is the Enterprise! And the world's never seen anything like my dad's engine.
It certainly hasn't.
Clive, what do you know of Barnabas Tharm?
His name is Barnabas Tharm.
Only what the bards sing. That he sailed to Ash from southern lands. That it was his mastery of the blade which won him the throne. And that his sword, Odin's sword, can sever the very threads of creation. But don't lose any sleep over a last tilt. We'll do what we must to survive.
What we must.
The light! I thought this cove was meant to be hidden.
Mid! Company!
Eh?
We'll hold them off until the ship is ready. But hurry!
Bollocks! All hands! Man your stations!
Everyone with me?
Put a bunch of boxes in front of the door. Look at all those crates you got.
Here they come.
It needs every moment we can give her.
Behind me, Lord Rosfield. I'll take care of these fuckers.
Hunt! I'll have you know Earthrape here, one stuck clear into the heart of every man in the fleet.
I will say the major limiting factor for our output in this playthrough of the game with the random icons is random encounters. Not having, like, Mesmerize really hurts. Because Mesmerize has a really short cooldown, and it just takes care of so much.
Never thought this alive in 20 summers. Come on then! Which of you lot fancies meeting Ogre Killer next?
thought it was called Heartbreaker.
Don't let the classic be heard. Without the pay, and I'll stand it back going first.
Ow.
Too slow.
Wrong button. Bullshit, dude. I was fucking blocking that, man. That's unfortunate. I'm 2 eye potions down. I don't know if I'll get enough on the next part of the game. I guess if I just use my regular potions, it should be fine, since I'll get enough of those to keep me up.
Get your asses on board. She's ready to sail.
You heard the captain.
Clive? But I thought he was...
Confounded. Then it is as I feared. Sleipnir is no man, but a creation of Odin.
Phoenix's fiery fundament. Have you no normal enemies?
Up for another round?
Of course we are. Right, Lord Rosfield? My boy, there was a time people called me the Executioner. Always on my hands. No matter, heads will roll all the same.
Mate, new plan! You leave, we follow!
Follow? Swimming, are you? Oh, bugger me! Weigh anchor!
It's about 2 pounds.
Engine's dead slow ahead!
Have care, my friend. Tis not blood
Oops,
that
wrong
runs
button
through
again.
one's veins. These foes will not fall easily. But they will
These foes will not fall easily as they get wrecked very quickly.
Good thing I brought one!
How long are we meant to keep this up? As long as it takes. Unless you have a gun. Well, I've already killed at least 5 of the bastards. Fuck it. Let's do the lot.
I appreciate the fact that it's like he's not quite as strong as a single solitary Sleipnir. He's spreading himself thin by being multiple forms, you know.
Wait for my signal!
In your own time, Clive!
Right, run for it!
I love the shoulder ram. Pretty damn good for a 50-something. Hope he had nails on those gloves to dig into the wood, because otherwise he'd just slip right by. You ever try to jump and grab onto a ledge? Don't work that well. Got a water wheel in the back? Yeah, because that's what the engine pushes.
Now, mate!
Won't exactly have technology here, you know? It's basically the first kind of powered engine sort of thing, you know, because everything else is all sails, right? So you don't have powered ships yet. I mean, a jet is just where the heat exits, you know, like the exhaust. That's just where the heat escapes, you know, or the byproduct of burning fuel or something like that. It all just powers something else that's giving the propulsion, like a propeller or a water wheel.
That's quite a mess you've made. And wholly unnecessary. You are my offering to Mythos. I would not see you damaged.
Now back to your stations! Every bell spent treading water puts another league between us and the galleon.
I don't suppose Mid has a spare engine? Since you rose from the grave, my fortunes have plummeted. Are you absolutely certain of this quest of yours, Clive? The foes you face are as terrible as they are numerous.
Aye. And they'd have us live and die on their terms, which should answer your question.
Ha! You have that same stubborn look as your father did when he set his mind to something. On the battlefield, I am but a single axe. A deadly one, mind, but a single one nonetheless. Yet what you require is 1,000, and I believe my old friend in Brandalar can provide them. Take care, Clive. I have many more tales of your father's exploits to share. And I cannot very well do that if you're dead. again.
Good luck, Uncle.
Naturally.
And may fair winds attend you.
As for you, Joshua, take care.
I shall do my best, Uncle.
Farewell, my nephews. When next you see me, it shall be with an army at my back. Oh, oh, there. Oh, oh, oh. Cheerio! Oh, yeah. Do keep up, my boy.
Well, we can't have him showing us up now, can we?
We would never hear the end of it.
Greek of mercy. All this. What have I done?
You didn't do anything. What'd you miss? I don't know.
My lord.
Where'd you stop watching? It's so funny because Chi and Cecil like to play. They're our youngest kittens, our cats, and it used to be Cecil was so rough with Chi and just was so aggressively always wanting to play, and Chi, being one-eyed and smaller, always had to work twice as hard just to do half as well. And now Chi is the one that's always, you know, getting on Cecil, and Cecil's always like, leave me alone, I just want to chill. So watching Chi chase him around all the time is hilarious. It's very playful and fun, but still, yeah. Just tuning in, tried to go back at the VOD, but it isn't available, and so I'm scared to miss something important. Well, let's see. We started with just doing a lot of side stuff, like Kashyyyk are attacking all the different colonies and stuff, so we pushed them back. And then we went to Canver. Well, I guess it won't let me mouse over. Anyway, where Mid was building the ship, and we saw that the city was basically taken over by a Kashyyyk, and we fought them back. Then we fought Sleipnir, which is that skinny guy that's always with Odin, which is actually just a manifestation of Odin that he creates. And so we beat back all that crap, and then we launched our ship in pursuit of the Einherjar, which is the flagship of the Royalists, aka Waloed. So that's where we're at right now. So nothing major, nothing big. Didn't learn anything too major or anything like that. You actually came just in time for the major part. Oh, and Jill was captured by Barnabas. But you did just come in just in time, because big stuff is about to happen.
But any ship heading north has to round Zemeckis and put through the Narrow.
No, they're not. They're not. The cats
Maintain
aren't
our
around.
current
They're
bearing
running around and doing their
north-northeast,
thing.
And we'll catch the Black Galleon before she vanishes again.
What's to prevent her from circling
They
around
make an
Ash in the
appearance
south?
plenty, though.
With these winds in those waters, it'd take 'em forever and a fortnight to reach Stonehenge.
Mid knows what she's talking about, Clive. Better than any of us lot, anyway. I say we do as she tells.
Sails on the horizon.
She's ours.
I'm sure they'll make plenty of appearances.
Look alive, boys! Full ahead! And keep those furnaces fed!
Do you feel that?
Jill.
All hands! Battle stations! Let's see what this girl can do.
Hey, Barney, what's going on?
Where one leads, so does the other follow. The bond of consciousness which joins them condemning both to the same fate. Yet my every attempt to strike it from their hearts serves only to tighten its hold. Fascinating. But then, there is naught my blade cannot sever.
Zantetsukan!
Great Grigos, gosh!
I love that line. Gregor's gash. Gregor is their goddess in this world. Can imagine what she's saying. I mean, she swears like a sailor, so she's very fitted in this role as captain.
It's now or never.
I'll find her.
Exactly. I appreciate that as well, yeah. It makes the characters able to have a lot more personality, you know? Not everybody is shying away from swear words or anything. Well, the game is rated MA, the first Final Fantasy to ever have an MA rating. I mean, you could say Type 0, but that game's more anime than it is MA rated. It just has a little bit of blood in the beginning, that's why it's MA. It's also not a main Final Fantasy. The blood only really exists. Oh, in this game, yes. It's Anna MA rated. Yeah, that's a great way of putting it. Which is like the anime MA. And I don't mean like what's the fucking hell anime one that's really well loved? Anyway, it's more like isn't Nier Automata MA rated? It's more like Nier Automata, where it's just like there's a little bit here and there, but yeah, Hellsing, yeah. But this is like a legitimately MA rated game, not just pretend MA rated, because there's a couple, you know, darker things or some blood here and there. these doors? Yeah, I hope that they don't shy away from it either. I know that Remake and Rebirth do a good job of being PG-13 while still getting some licks in what's up. Okay, I don't care. Except for... Well, I'm glad I couldn't figure out where to go because, potion. Not a potion.
I need to hurry.
Strange Air Paradise doesn't need an MA rating. It's barely MA rated here, you know? I think they say the F word once or twice, and that's about it. Even PG-13 movies get a one F word. So, and the blood and violence in Stranger Paradise isn't that bad. It's an action game, you know? No, actually, the F word is fromage.
There he is! The king wants him alive!
Hold on. I'm coming. For both of you.
Wow, Clive, that's thanks for sharing. They came in just in time for my Flames of Rebirth. How nice of them. Flames of Rebirth? Oh yeah, Flames of Rebirth has a great range to it. excellent ability. I think it's the best ability in the game. It's got a relatively low cooldown for an ultimate, and it does great damage, good range, and the animation is longer, which is actually good for getting good staggers, since you can, when you're doing staggers, if you want a better stagger damage output, you want long ultimates so your regular abilities can come off cooldown and you weave those in between your ultimates. It'd be better if I could pick what I want, because I'd have Mesmerize with Shiva, and I'd have Diamond Dust and Zentetskin. But you gotta, you know, that's the challenge of this particular playthrough, is using things we aren't exactly super familiar with, or aren't as optimal, you know.
What the hell are you? She won't take us yet. Many of us, and only one.
Well, the Wikes is okay. I normally wouldn't use it, but it's actually, for this playthrough, will be really good because it's a damage shield, which will keep me alive when I'm 10 to 15 levels lower than everything, you know? I will say, especially after the latest patching with the balancing, that there's no wrong build in this game now. Everything is very, very decent, so you just find abilities that you like and use them.
Jill!
You came.
Get back.
Yeah, Heat Wave is good. Yeah, like I said, everything is very decent now. Even the dots like Satellite and Impulse and stuff are really, really good.
Can you walk?
Out of here I can.
Stand still!
Phoenix, are you not the dominant of fire? I see naught before me but a guttering flame.
Yeah, to each their own. I prefer mostly a lot of Shiva, Phoenix, and a little bit of Rama sometimes, depending on what I want to do. But I mean, you can mix and match when an ability is mastered, so it helps you with kind of not really sticking to one icon.
Odin.
I know when my wife played this game, she really enjoyed using Titan.
Honest then.
Oh, looks like he cut the fucking ocean in half. That's when you know you got a pretty good sword, is when you can cut the ocean in half. I will say it's a slight annoyance to me that Clive and Jill are still inside the Einherjar, and they don't have a scene where they're like, whoa, what's going on? And then they're just out automatically, you know? Okay.
Can you go on?
I think so. But To where?
What did you do to Joshua?
The Phoenix? Oh, I expect he will survive. This consciousness in which you coil your feeble souls is grown thick with desperation.
Oh, hi, what you want?
And thus has my master turned to my blade.
Thank you, Blade Azzy, with 123 bits.
The world will soon be painted in black. And all that live shall gather in
I agree,
death's
Weewa is
autumn
cool.
wake.
Not if we remove the cause of this misery. Not if we destroy the last of the Mother Crystals and restore balance to the world.
Come. Do you truly think it's so simple? The blight is inevitable. Not even the Almighty might stop its endless march. Your efforts will avail us naught. Naught, that is, but suffering. You must embrace the truth, Mythos. Accept your place with the Lord.
Keep it. As long as there's a chance, there's a choice.
Ever led astray by your blind resolve.
I wouldn't talk, Mr. I follow Mytho or Ultima Blindly guy. Believe whatever he feeds you.
It is time you learn the inevitability of your divine fate. However much it may hurt.
Get as far away as you can.
Easy fight here.
Clive, no.
Trust me, Jill.
Jack and Jill went up the hill and fell to the bottom of the ocean.
We don't have to do this. Oh, but we do. If only to remind you of your duty.
Whoopsie.
In the short time since our last meeting, you have grown much. Yet as a vessel, I fear my lord will still find you lacking. Defend yourself. Rise to all this fire and fury, and for what? Stopping the blight. A foolish notion fed to you by a foolish man. How dare you? You know naught of this world nor of our place in it. If our fates were so easily rewritten, we would all be gods. I have seen enough. If reason cannot sway you,
Let's see if I can do this. Might be rip here though.
raise your guard. Thus is the light of our Senate.
Damn, didn't make it.
You would yield so soon.
F.
Never.
Clive!
Do you not see? Your iron will weighs you down, dragging you ever further from your purpose.
And what is my purpose?
My porpoise?
Ethos.
It's a sea animal.
Who are we?
With a
What
bottle
are the
nose.
dominants? The breath of the Creator still warm on our lips. We carry his light that we might guide the masses in his name. We are but mighty acts of God.
We are more than that.
You would be nothing without what he has granted you. The power we wield is his, and yet every time we draw upon it, it wears away at our very being. It breaks us, it unmakes us, that its immaculate aspect might reveal itself. The icon. It is too much for even his chosen few. Apart from you, Mythos. You
The parting of the seas is now known as the Great Grieger
does
Gash.
not answer for its avarice.
What are you saying?
What I am saying is that we dominants are a means to an end. We were created for you, that you might drink deep of our strength and thereby fulfill your divine purpose.
Which is?
To feed. As you would know, could you only look beyond the walls of your prison of self-regard. As long as you choose to ignore this,
The ocean's a pretty big place,
shall
it'll be
never
fine.
penetrate my defenses. Still, you may take solace in the fact that you are not alone in your plight. The chains of volition shackle all of mankind, but there is yet cause to rejoice. For the Lord, in his mercy, has taken pity on his flawed creations, and shall see them restored to their proper forms.
And what exactly
Thank you,
would
Noni,
that
for the
be?
100 bids.
Why, loyal servants to God.
No.
Manners, Lord Rossfield? They are men, like you and me. Albeit ones unburdened by the wills that drive our kind to madness. They are pure. They are divine.
You mean to turn everyone Akashic?
Not turn, Mythos. Turn back. For too long has mankind been led astray by their clamorous wills. It is time they return to a world of quiet equality, where they might once more know salvation.
Can't really know anything if you have no will.
And abandon everything we hold dear.
We don't need your salvation. We'll save ourselves, and we'll do it on our own terms. Not yours, and not your gods.
With every defiant expression of your will, the tighter the chains of consciousness become. But
Well, if everybody
perhaps
was Akashic, it'd be pretty
that
quiet.
fact may be put to use.
Well, the water decided it needed to obey the laws of gravity once again.
The faster it binds you to the remaining dominance, the stronger your hunger will become. Until it leads you back to the only answer there ever was. Mayhap not by the path my master intended, but back all the same.
Here comes all the water and water and water.
Ash is not far. I could freeze a path.
You're in no fit state.
Probably not, but I can try. Don't look back!
Clive bested. I forgot about that. Yay, we won. Oh, no, we lost. Thank you, Donate, for that 123 bids.
I hope the others are safe.
The Enterprise was clear of the gap when we fell. They made it, Jill. And they will have seen the ice where it led. We need only wait till dawn. This is the second time Barnabas has bested me. I'm powerless against him.
And maybe there really is nothing else for it but to give yourself to his master. Only you won't do that. The Clive I know would never do that.
So you believe? But do you really know me? If what Barnabas said was true, then...
Probably spent more time away from Jill than with her, to be honest.
Monster than man.
Because at 15 is when they got separated, and it was like, what, 13 years and then 5 years? And then a couple years have passed since then.
Away the things that make me who I am.
Massive man cleavage.
Do you, though? Think of what you've used that power for. Of all the people you've saved. It doesn't matter how or by whom it was granted. Only how you choose to use it. And you've chosen to use it for good, haven't you?
I've also used it to kill.
Yeah, but they were all bad.
What if that's my purpose? What if it's all I'm good for?
You're still that same boy I grew up with. Always so eager to save everyone around you, and yet always so alone. Because you failed to realize the one thing that needed saving.
I knew it
most
would be
of all.
big. But this...
You, Clive. You.
Thank you, Derry, for the 516
never
bids.
once took the time to
That's Jill's
save
voice, too, so...
yourself.
Myself. I think I might be beyond saving.
No one is beyond saving.
Oh my. I've never seen one this big before.
You fight
Just
to
glancing over the
survive,
shoulder. Thank you, Plain Isaac, for the 691 bids.
and you survive so that you may protect those you love. It's what you do. What you've always done. And I know you're not about to change. So I'm going to help you. To give you what you need to protect us all.
Jill. Are you sure? If this is what you want, then...
Don't worry, Clive. It is. This burden, I'll give you the strength to bear it alone.
But I'm not alone. These burdens I carry, my sins, my pain, my sorrow, I see now that they are all a part of me.
Yeah, he just hopped up.
If I'm to continue on, having pledged my life to those I love,
Right, Alan?
I will gladly bear your burdens too.
Every major scene in this game is just
My last breath.
phenomenal. Thank you, Derry, for the 111 bits.
I promise you, Jill, we will find a way to escape this fate. Find a way to save each other.
Well, it wasn't necessarily his mother. It was Ultima posing as his mother. He's definitely got a few screws loose. Part of us is
That we might
messed
one
up.
day look upon the moon again, together.
And I promise you, Clive, that I will be there, no matter what you must become.
I know. I never thought a smile could bring me so much joy.
Premarital hand-holding. The kissing and the sex is like whatever, but the premarital hand-holding, that's too far. That's obscene. No, they haven't actually. I mean, if you watch the story, you see that there's a lot of romantic tension between them, and they finally have an opportunity to act on it without the world dying and crumbling around them, you know, to have to stop and put that as a priority.
What of Barnabas? Do we pursue him?
No. Our paths will cross again soon enough. Whether we like it or not. Besides, there is something we must do first.
Mm-hmm. Agreed, yeah. I appreciate that they treat it with maturity and not just be like, oh, okay, bullshit, you know?
The last Mother Crystal.
The Einherja is at the bottom of the sea. Waloed won't dare move on Storm without her. But they know we're coming now. We'll need a plan. And a damn good one at that.
Then let's go home and find one. Ash will have to wait.
What's up?
Mid says Odin split the sea in two. She's always been partial to a tall tale. But there's tall, and then there's tall.
I struggle to believe it myself.
I see your uncle isn't with you.
He stayed with the Enterprise. After our brush with the Einherja, she was in urgent need of repair. And my uncle knows a shipwright in Randalar. We're to join him there when we're ready to sail for Ash.
You sure that's wise? Last I heard, the place was still overrun with Akashic.
Show me a city where that isn't true. Ultima's plague is spreading.
We're running out of time, aren't we? We've done our best to shore up that
I wonder if
harbor.
Plague Inc. will get updated with a Akashic swarm scenario.
We'll keep at it. Every little helps, I suppose.
Let's hope so. I should visit Joshua. Assuming Talia will allow it.
Ah, I wasn't expecting you back.
These are just materials
You earned this.
for the most part. Nothing really special there. Honestly,
Best of luck out there, Sid.
I don't think there's really anything I should care about in any of that.
Covered in nicks and lumps, the lot of them. It's a wonder they can still walk. Come back.
Oh, don't tell me we've run out of Clive. Going purse weighing you down.
Yep.
Find a
500,000
better
gil.
price than Is that all?
That's all.
Stew's awfully thin these days.
What do I owe the honor? What do you want?
I just need flawless meteorites. That's not bad. Increases impulse will damage by 20%. That's not really
That it? Fine.
interesting. All right, flawless meteors I do think I can buy.
Aye, it's a dangerous world out there. Maybe next time, eh?
Nope. I mean, you can, but they're limited supply, unlike all the rest of the stuff.
Oh.
All right, so I can't get the latest upgrade then. I don't think that game has anime-esque dialogue. I think it's also a pretty maturely handled game in terms of dialogue and the way the romance is handled, you know? Like there's no accidental stumbling and on them changing or tripping and he accidentally has his hand on her breast or any of that ooh I'm shy because you girl or whatever. It's none of that bullshit. They treat it like a normal teenage romance. They're teenagers at the end of the day.
Better than I was.
So there is a little bit of
But not nearly
hesitation.
as well as you should
And also
be.
it's really hard for people to
Your cuts and burns may have healed, but your body still
express
bears the burden
themselves,
of every spell
you know?
cast.
They're afraid
What would
of
you have had me
making
do?
that next step and it's not going to be
no ordinary
reciprocated.
foe we faced.
And then you
It
have an
was the
awkwardness
warden of
about you,
darkness.
between you, that kind of thing.
Still,
So
it was not enough. The king could have ended me at any moment, but instead chose to toy with me like a
curled
Apples are
as a
amazing
mouse.
for dips, things like that.
You underestimate yourself.
Oh, it was crystal clear. Only one man established his dominance that day, and that man was Barnabas. I'm sorry, brother. That was ill-spoken. It's just, I have never felt so powerless. And when so many are looking to us for strength, perhaps the prince feels the same.
Yeah, I think Final Fantasy X and Final Fantasy XII are among some of the best stories in video games ever. Yeah, definitely early era voice acting. Although I think the voice performance is really strong, but Final Fantasy X was the first game that Square did with voice acting in it, so there's definitely some awkwardness with some of the scenes, but there's that whole glitch situation too. Plus localization was in its infancy a little bit, but the performance I think is excellent. And you got some of the best names in voice acting. James Arnold Taylor, John DiMaggio, Tara Strong.
What is this place?
Don't move.
Yeah, I think probably the best voice acting in games up to that point was probably Metal Gear Solid with David Hayter and all them.
Here, it's fresh from the well.
You know, as Bahamut and kind of a holy paladin, it could be said that Dion is kind of celestial. So would that make him Serene Dion?
Grandmother told me spirits sometimes get lost, and that the
Eddie's
lanterns
gay to
guide
boo.
them to
I
their
mean,
proper
sure, I
place.
guess that makes a difference somehow.
I sat on the
Fabulously
river for
Serene
her when
Dion.
she
Oh,
passed
okay,
away.
fair. Honestly, I feel Dion has a strong potential as being a protagonist. Yeah. As opposed to a supporting character. Although he's a little bit too paladin for a modern storytelling, you know?
No, not you.
I think a main character for a modern story
My
needs to have wiggle room, and he has no wiggle room because he's bound by honor and justice, and that makes his choices and his path too linear.
Your hurts are healing nicely. It was my poultices that saw you well.
You make them.
And sell them, or try to. Earns me enough for bread, most days.
Forgive me. I have nothing to...
I know, but I couldn't just leave you lying there.
Kiryu is not a paladin. Kiryu has wiggle room. Lots of it. Like,
You're
I will
going,
smash
man.
your face against the wall wiggle room.
Of course. I'm healed. Thanks to you and your poultices.
Also,
you
Kiryu
promise
only
to come
does
back
what
and
he
visit?
thinks is right, which may or may not be what is right. Or throw you off a bridge, yeah. Yeah, just like Batman doesn't kill people, right?
Well, Phoenix, it would seem that I owe you my wings.
Oh, the moon is changing. Look, the moon has changed. So the moon does change and evolve over time. It's not just the crescent waxing.
Perhaps he can find an answer. You will be returning to Waloed soon, I gather.
I see no reason to wait.
Then neither do I.
I can think of a few, but I doubt they'll stop you. You will take your medicine.
Of course, Lady Daya.
Set on leaving already, are you?
How long will it take us to get back to Ash?
Dunno, about the same amount of time it took us to get here. Maybe less, if your uncle can find someone trustworthy to patch up the Enterprise. All depends on where we're putting into port, mind.
Yes. It's not as if we can put ashore wherever we choose. We have to assume that the whole of Ash is hostile, and that we'll be attacked on sight.
Then we must find a place they won't think to look. And I have an idea who might know of one.
The Professor! I'll go and tell you come in.
While you're plotting our course, I'll be in the shelves with your lawsman. I wish to pick his brains about Ultima.
Well,
Then I'll
rip
talk to Karen about supplies for the
Harpocrates.
journey.
His
They may
brains are
not
about to be
easy come
eaten.
by in Ash.
Your brother's body won't take much more of this recklessness. You know that, don't you?
I do.
Oh yeah, I can't get it just yet. It's maybe I can start the stuff before it. But it's actually a prerequisite I need to do where I give him the medicine or whatever, because the bonus objective is priceless, to do the quest priceless. Not priceless. Is it priceless? I think it's called priceless. Anyway, the one with Jill, but that's part of the prerequisite. So there's like 4 or 5 different quests. I mean, there was definitely a lot of them, and it was a little bit of a drag, but there's a lot of good backstory with some of the questing, and the side quests that we're gonna do are gonna be nice as well. But yeah, I forgot where it won't. We won't have to worry about that side quest until the very, very end, when we get the final story quest. Oh, I'm supposed to talk to Vivian. Whoops. But I'm pretty sure it said that I have to wait until the quest back to Origin before these things open up.
Please tell me you've come to take our young prodigy here off my hands.
I'm not here for Mid. I need information on Ash.
Then why not ask Molly if you can look in one of her ovens? Go on.
As soon as the Enterprise is ready, we'll be setting out for Drake's Spine. And we're going to need a safe place to land.
Preferably one that won't see my ship blown to shit and splinters.
If it were that easy, do you think Waloed would have resisted invasion for so long? Very little is known of Ash, and the information we do have is spotty and outdated. We have the good King Barnabas to thank for that. Waloed's borders have been closed to outsiders since the day he seized the throne. If there is anywhere safe to land, you won't find it on my map.
Then tell us what we will find. I'm sure you know better than we do.
Map.
But
lines.
no splinters.
All right, if it will get you out of my hair. But interrupt me, and it's over. Understood? Barnabas Thom, the one they call the Last King. Understand him, and you will understand the kingdom of Waloed. Barnabas was only a boy when he arrived from beyond the southern seas, and barely a man before he united the ragged tribes of Ash. And having unleashed them upon the formidable Veldemark, he set his throne upon the ancient kingdom's ruins. The victory sent shockwaves around Valisthea. Tales of Odin's might spreading through every court, parlor, and drinking
By the way,
hall
it
in
suggests
the
that the world is bigger than
Note
just
that this was
these
in
two
the year
continents.
843,
Might even just be a very small part of this
and
world.
that the king still sits upon his throne some 40 years later, quite untouched by time. Waloed's recent inaction left many wondering if Odin had lost his appetite for war. And yet here we are.
It's kind of like Final Fantasy
The
Tactics and
Angeia
Ivalice.
was committed to the fray, a bold declaration of intent. Orcs swarm around Drake's Fang, and throngs of Akashic haunt Canvas streets. Though how precisely the havoc they wreak serves Waloed remains unclear. Regardless, if the order to attack truly came from King Barnabas, then one thing is certain. Waloed has achieved the impossible, and made bedfellows of beastmen and the ether-addled alike. All of which is a roundabout way of saying that you will be in unknown territory when you set foot on Ash. Much of the continent has already been lost to the Blight, and what few ports remain will be fiercely guarded. And that is to say naught of its natural defenses. Offshore currents will cast an ill-equipped ship out to sea one moment, and dash it against the rocks the next. But then the Enterprise is anything but ill-equipped. And Mid has made land there before. Now, if only there were someone with an intimate knowledge of the Shadow Coast, and where a daring gentleman might put ashore. You see, Clive, you had the answer all along.
Do you think you can get us back to that beach, Mid?
Picked you up from it, didn't I? Not that it were easy. The currents were a right bastard. But then, if it wasn't hard, it wouldn't be worth doing, would it?
Well said. Thank you, Lady Vivian.
If a few morsels of common knowledge and a sprinkling of tavern talk are worthy of your thanks, I wonder what genuine intelligence might earn me.
Probably more visits. Mid, I need everyone in the ale hall now. I'll fetch Joshua from the shelves.
Aye, aye, Captain.
Let's actually see if Yote is available to give that quest or not. Because that would be the prerequisite.
Please, Your Grace, stay strong. Ah, my Lord Marquis.
Phoenix, heal thyself. Yeah, I think that's the prerequisite. Cool. We'll start here then.
Yote, is anything the matter?
I am going to grab some
troubled.
water then.
Perhaps I might be able to help.
My lord. Yes. Perhaps you might. It's your brother. His condition continues to worsen, though he does his best to hide it. The lesion on his chest pains him more with each passing day.
I had feared as much.
There are certain elixirs which can ease the suffering of those afflicted by the curse, but His Grace's case is severe. The drafts I have been able to prepare for him thus far have ceased to have any real effect. So I consulted with Talia and certain of my comrades among the Undying about the possibility of finding something stronger. And thankfully, a recipe was found. The only problem being that the critical ingredient is exceptionally hard to come by, and our supplies are almost exhausted. Unless we can secure more soon, your brother's
Oh my God, you're still
anguish
talking?
will likely become unbearable. My lord, I know that I have no right to make demands of you. But would you help? For Joshua's sake.
For Joshua, anything.
Thank you, my lord.
So, what is this critical ingredient?
A rare herb by the name of stonerwort. It grows only where the ether is densest. The vigor it stores
A
in
rare
its stems
herb by the
helps
name
to
of
counteract
carrots.
the curse.
Josh was like, no!
We discovered a patch near the aqueduct in Rosaria. But alas, yet more ether has erupted from the earth there recently, leaving the whole area flooded. The search continues for a new source. One that we might reach without being turned.
So it's only that you can't reach it. The Stonerwort itself is unharmed by the flood.
Well, yes, but...
Then I shall go in your stead.
But, my lord...
You've yet to find another source, correct? So for now, the aqueduct is our best hope.
Nice, that's a double win.
I'm a dominant. The ether can't hurt me.
Get the herb and
if
the
you're
bonus
sure, my lord.
location.
Stonerwort is easily identified by its blood-red blooms. Search around the aqueduct, and you're sure to find some soon enough. I shall remain here and prepare the other ingredients.
Let's prioritize this one since we're gonna go do it right away. We won't be able to get the other prerequisite, or the other quest rather, until we get to the final story quest, and we have two major where is it? Where? Which one of these is my quest? I think it's this one. I think it's this one. Yeah, because the little icon next to it. Remember this part of the game when we first got Jill back and we came here before we first got to Martha's Rest? I feel like this part of the game is like very, very memorable when you first get here, just because of the way this path is shaped and it comes around and everything and opens up. To me, it's an extremely memorable part of the beginning game when you first got Jill and your party and everything. Plop. "11 pinches of magic ass."
Here's the aqueduct. Now to find our Stonewort. Yote mentioned blood-red petal. Just my luck. I won't be doing anything till they're gone. There's only one thing for it.
Damn it! I knocked him back right as he was about to swing. Yo, Shiptig! 47 months! Almost 4 years. Thank you very much for the resub. Hope you're doing good. You're okay? Well, that's better than bad, right? I will say, Giga Flare is really falling off in this later part of the game. It's only good because of the long animation time.
Nice try. Too slow. Nice try.
Yay, destruction to the surroundings.
Here it is. Better collect as much as I can before reinforcements arrive. All right, that should do it. Let's get... Yote, I brought back all the stone and water I could find. Will this be enough?
Yes, my lord. Thank you. I'm sure it will serve us until we can find another source.
I'm very glad to hear it.
You and His Grace are very much alike, you know. You think only of how you might help others, and never of the danger to yourselves.
No more than you have minding my brother. You've risked a lot for him, and I thank you for it.
I am honored that you should say so. But I beg you, my lord, do not give too much of yourself for the sake of others. We could not afford to lose you.
I'll keep that in mind.
Thank you, played Ask with 123 bits. Wow, Whoa! Okay, yeah. The side questing gives a tremendous amount of XP. Dude, that side quest gave me like 5 times the normal amount of XP that I would get from a story mission. Wow. Okay. Yep. Damn. It's almost like a blessing that we get to do these quests. Alright, so there's another quest called Cut from the Cloth that we have to do.
Covered in nicks and lumps.
I don't know if...
It's a wonder they can still walk.
Well, actually... Okay, no. No. There. Let me make sure. Yeah, okay, yeah. So this is another requisite.
Whatever am I to do now, Clive?
About what?
Yeah, we just hit a very
I've
nice
2 dresses
level.
that need stitching, but I haven't got a scrap of linen. Those girls' rags are so threadbare. It's a wonder they don't fall to pieces. And we most certainly cannot have that. A certain amount of decorum must be maintained, even here at the hideaway. You wouldn't want the poor things going without decent clothes now, would you?
Of course not. What can I do to help?
Oh, aren't you a dear? You see, I've paid for 2 bolts of cloth from the drapers in Northreach, blue and red. But they don't deliver, not to places that aren't on the map anyway, so I'll need someone to take this receipt and collect them.
Literally anybody else in the hideaway could do this.
You'd have this
but you
someone
want
be me.
I would.
The one person that
Don't
could
let them
save
fob
this
you off on
wretched
anything less than
world.
what I paid for. 1 bolt of blue and 1 of red. I expect them both. They said they'd give us new clothes.
The North Rend. I guess all the way over here, eh?
Sell anything?
Let's hope the Draper has Hortense's cloth.
I'll wager.
Might I interest you in some swansdown? Perhaps some seersucker or herringbone?
Or how about
Some
you give me
linen.
my fucking order?
2 bolts. Already paid for in full.
Or am I?
Apologies, my lord, but your items aren't here. They were due to arrive on a caravan from Bocklad.
Of course we gotta fight
There's been
something.
little traffic on the road these past few days.
Can't just have a
My
simple
mother
side
thinks it might
quest.
be bandits, but she always thinks it's bandits.
It usually is. So I assume the caravan will be coming from the south.
Yes, hopefully carrying all manner of spice and sundries. Wait, you aren't thinking of...
Going to find it. That's exactly what I'm thinking.
Oh, well then, be safe.
Okay, idiot. Yeah, go. Haha, fast travel. Gotta love that super fast travel time. Load screen. Loading screens basically don't even exist in this game, and it's great. Love it.
That damn bird's a Who's gonna buy my wares now? State your animals left them in.
But they hardly damage us all.
Is there something wrong?
If you're a bandit come to steal my stuff, you're gonna be sorely disappointed. And all thanks to this fool.
But it was you who stepped into my path.
Only after that featherbrain trampled me. I demand recompense, be it in coin or the items you carry. Refuse, and I shall report you to the garrison and see you hanged.
Ah, the good old grift.
These goods are expected in Northreach. I mean, they're not mine to give away.
You wouldn't happen to be on your way from Bocklad, would you?
I am, but did someone from the market send you? Please, you have to help me. I can pay whatever you ask.
So the fool has protection. And coin, too. Sorry, friend, but we'll be the ones taking it. Oi! Killer! It's time to collect!
I told you not to call me that. And we'd have already collected if you hadn't insisted we'd put on this little act.
Bandits!
As I told one of your customers, it usually is. Let's get this over with.
I'll deal with the bird lover. You take the handsome one, killer.
Stop calling me that!
Burn in righteous fire! Not a bad stagger at all.
All right. You made your point. Killer my ass.
Did he hurt you?
My feelings.
No, thankfully.
Damn, look at that ground texture. It's like you almost can't even tell that it's a game almost.
Had the great lender not sent you.
Good ground texture.
My shipment is safe, and my livelihood with it. You must allow me to reward you.
We can speak of that once you're safe in Northreach. I'll accompany you there.
So you and my mother were right. It is always bandits.
Those silly bandits killing everybody and stealing goods. Silly bandits.
The price. Now, if you don't mind, I have a pressing appointment at the Vale before my return to Boklad. Farewell.
Oh, I almost forgot. I suppose you'll be wanting your linen. You'll be happy to know both bolts arrived safely along with the rest of the delivery. I've also added a few extra lengths of our finest fabrics to the bundle. Free of charge.
Are you sure?
My mother would insist. It's the least we can do for the man who saved our shipment.
How's that done then? Now it's back to Hortense with her cloth.
Yep, bing, love it. Oh man, it saves so much time.
Covered in nicks and lumps, the lot of them. Clive, sorry again for sending you all that way. But you did get my order, didn't you?
Don't worry. I have it. I believe this will more than satisfy your needs.
Let's see here. One bolt of red, one bolt of blue. What's this?
Am I winning? I think
I
so.
don't recall ordering any silk or velvet or... Is this gold work? Gregor's ghost. If that devil of a draper expects me to pay for these...
You needn't worry on that score, Hortense. They were a gift. For services rendered. I can always return them if you like.
Oh, no. Oh, there's no need to be hasty now, Clive. I'm sure I can put all three to good use. Speaking of which one's most to your liking?
Velvet jumpsuit, please. Lush red velvet.
This one, I suppose.
I've a mind to give a piece to Jill. Did you know she's quite the little seamstress?
I know needlecraft was amongst her lessons at the castle.
Her lessons? Oh, that's right. The two of you were raised together in Rosalith, weren't you?
Not quite together, but when my father put down the uprising in the Northern Territories, Jill was taken as a ward to ensure that her father, the Silvermane, would keep the peace.
She's an honest-to-goodness princess then, isn't she? I could tell, you know. Some people just have that air about them. Not many round here, mind. I'd offered to sew her something that might better suit her station. But she'd most likely turn me down, as she always does. Tell me not to waste the fabric when it's better used on the children.
Don't take it the wrong way. She certainly seems to be attached to the last outfit you made her.
Oh, sometimes I think she never takes it off.
Well, perhaps she'll make something for herself with your gift.
There's actually a few outfits you can equip.
I'm sure she won't turn it down.
We'll see, I suppose.
You can change your look, and I think you could change it on a couple characters too. Not mistaken.
Lady Hortense said she'd give
Let me check the thing. I can't remember all of it. So these two, and then Jill has these two. I like that one. Joshua has these two. Torgal has those two. And you can even set your weapon to look like anything that you want as well. You don't have to change when you change your weapon. You don't have to have it change with you. You can just set it. Pretty cool feature. And it keeps it like it keeps it in universe. You know what I mean? It doesn't. Like FF15 had the stupid noodle hat and the sombrero and everything is just really goofy, and I don't particularly care for that kind of obnoxiousness. But yeah, at this point, I'm pretty sure we can't do any of the bonus objectives. So let's just move story forward. We did the two prereq quests. There's one other quest that we'll have to do. Oh wait, no. There would be a note, actually. If we have access to it, there would be a note in my room. So I'll give it a look, but I'm pretty sure that we need to be on the final main quest, which is called Back to Their Origin. Yeah, don't think it's here. There is in the DLC, you can get a Buster Sword look-alike. Yeah. Oh, is that so? We doing this, huh? RK has redeemed 200,000 channel points to give the kitties treats. It's kitty time. All right, let me go grab those for you. How did you already know that this was happening? He's going ape shit. I don't know how she already knew. Yes, I know. Hold on. These were treats. Buddy. Buddy. Why he's being such a butt about it? He's like, I know he wants some. He's not coming into the room. Nom 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 nom. Nom 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 nom. Only two on camera. They're all here, but only two visible. And I'm kind of tossing them around the room because Ginger's not coming into the room, buddy. Hey. I'll have to give some to him. You can see Cecil's nose. Yeah, he has a hard time getting on into the bunch as well, but he got some. I'm gonna go give some to Ginger afterwards because he didn't get any last time either. He's just afraid of chi, I guess. I don't know. That's it. He did all of them. A bunch all over the place, probably, from tossing them around. Thank you for giving the kitties treats. I'm gonna go give some to Ginger. All right, Ginger. Ginger got some treats as well. Thank you for giving my kitties treats. Get the timer going again.
Mid said I can ride the
Clive, you must listen to this. Lawsman, tell him.
He's got a new joke?
Do you recall when we spoke before on the divinity of Ultima? Well,
you've got to hear this
inspired me
joke.
to delve deeper into the subject. And what I discovered appears to agree with the findings of His Grace.
You will recall that my quest
What,
to
you want
uncover
more? You got
Ultima's
so
origins
much.
began with the mural at Phoenix Gate. But while I've always known it to be important, its secrets have heretofore eluded me. Now, however, I believe I know where to find the more complete example, one that will reveal all we seek.
Master Clive, have you ever in your travels chanced to hear of the Circle of Malleus? I would think not, if you have. But there was once a time when the faith flourished, the oldest known religion in the Twins, and though its popularity eventually waned on Storm, hints of its dogma remain embedded.
Well, they don't really
in more
eat
modern
it,
faiths
not
such
usually
as the
anyway.
Christian Orthodox.
They can. It's just a scent thing.
You said it waned on Storm. What of Ash?
Religious monuments are often torn down or repurposed when new faiths rise to prominence. But if no new faith arose, then perhaps the ancient temples might still stand. And so, you see now why I must accompany you to Waloed.
It would appear the past still has much to teach us.
But yeah, it's a
Though in
scent
this
thing.
case,
You know,
it
they
would
need to
not
mark
have
their
been possible
territory, and
without the
they
musings
smell
of
a
Moss.
scent that triggers all of those kinds of impulses.
That you carried a copy of my old mentor's chronicles all along. I am relieved to discover it in good hands.
I shall guard it with my life.
Joshua, if you're finished here, join me in the ale hall. I need to speak to everyone before we leave.
The A-hole hall?
Right away.
If it please your grace, might I one day borrow?
My apologies.
By now you've all heard where we're going and why. So I won't bother you with the boring details, only the important ones. If we attempt to approach Stone here by sea, there's a good chance we'll be sighted and fall prey to the capital's artillery. So instead, we'll disembark on the southwest coast and make for Drake's Spine on foot. I say we, but it's highly likely the entirety of Ash is under the rule of Ultima. A large party would only attract unwanted attention, as well as slow our march and require supplies which may be difficult to obtain. Only Joshua and I will be going. And a scout. Preferably a good one. Gav, do you know of any?
Bet your ass, I do. Might still borrow some of Lady Vivian's maps, though. Just in case, like.
Once you've dropped us off at the Shadow Coast, you need to retreat into neutral waters, fly merchant colors, and stay inconspicuous. If you sense any danger at all, you leave us behind and return to Storm.
Inconspicuous is my middle name. But like hell am I leaving anyone behind. The ship ain't going nowhere till your scurvy mugs are smiling on deck.
Jill, the Enterprise will appear a tempting target for royalists and pirates alike. You're to stop anyone boarding.
Don't worry. I'll keep the ship and her crew safe. You'll be needing passage home, after all.
But... very well.
If there are no questions, I'll see you all at the docks.
Let me know when you're leaving. I want a word before you go.
Of course.
Lady Hortense said she'd give us our dresses soon.
Is something wrong?
Not at all. Honestly. Can't a man wish his friend farewell? Just wanted to let you know that I'll keep things in order while you're off saving the world.
I'll hold you to that.
I think you know what? I'm not certain that I'm stocked up on my potions, so let me go back to base just in case if I use anything, because this will be a bit of a longer scenario, so I want to make sure I'm stocked up. Unless it's split up into multiple scenarios, I can't remember.
Aye, it's a dangerous world.
Oh, we're stocked up. All right. Let's go.
Reckon it'll be a long walk to the capital if we follow the cliffs. I'll scout ahead, see if I can't find us an inland route.
Clive. There's something I've been meaning to ask.
How much wood could a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood?
You took her icon, didn't you?
Yes, I did. She understood.
Got him.
Oh, she understood. Understood that you decided to save the world all on your own, and that you'd die without her power. How dare you make her choose? You knew damn well she'd never refuse you. But I will. You can't keep pushing us away, Clive. The world is ours to save, not yours.
To be fair, she's the one that volunteered it.
I used my gift because I thought it was the right thing to do.
And you truly believe this will save you? Will save us all?
I do.
Then so be it. Just don't forget, you're not alone.
Think I found us a trail. Did I miss something?
Only that Joshua didn't.
I don't get it. Always wanted to visit Ash.
We're in Waluda territory now. Don't expect a warm welcome.
Oh, I don't know, Clive. That castle over there looks inviting enough.
Shall we sample its inhabitants' hospitality?
Yeah, flocked by ravens and crows. I'm sure
what I
it's
said
gonna be
about warm
nice,
welcomes, Gav.
welcoming.
Oh, this place is as dead as
Yeah,
Greek as ghost.
the writing is definitely much more mature. You don't get anime tropes and shit like that, you know? And if you do get something somewhat tropey, it's usually done in such a way that doesn't make it feel juvenile. It's one of the strong factors for FF7 Remake and Rebirth's writing as well.
I knew I smelled something.
That's the only orcs and Akashic here.
Let's hope the villagers made it out in time.
Like, you can have tropes, you know? Just don't make it juvenile. Don't make it childish. I would say there's one or two bits where it kind of feels a little forced in a little bit, but getting every story beat to be perfectly, like, layered into the storytelling is really difficult to do. There's gonna be one or two where it kind of feels like, how do I fit this in as the writer, you know? And there's just not a clear way to get it in there. And so you gotta put it where you gotta put it, you know? But I would say, you know, a good 95 to 97% of everything feels like it has an organic presentation and not shoehorned in. Especially the scale, exactly, yeah, exactly. It's definitely one of the more meaty stories in Final Fantasy. So there's a lot to it. I'm gonna pause my timer. I was hoping this would happen during the kitty treats, but I got food. So I want to grab that really quick and nom a little bit before we get deeper in. I need some water as well. Yep, my level is pretty nice. And I forgot to get water. Of course I did. Get a bite first. All right. Got some food. I'm just gonna take a few bites before I start the timer up a bit again. Good time for that food because I'm hungry. She ordered takeout. She fell and hurt herself. And she was gonna cook something. And so she's like, well, I'm not cooking now, so I'll just order something. Let's go. $30 whole gill, oh boy. Oh, nice. Definitely hard to find a good authentic Hawaiian place.
East Camber all over again. Where the hell are the Royalists?
Seems you were right about that welcome after all, Clyde.
Oh, VG, dang, 87 months in a row. Hell yeah, thank you. Working on that hundo there. Thank you. The good thing about FF16 having a lot of dialogue and cutscenes means that I get to finish my food pretty reliably, rather.
Aye, aye.
Is the whole of Ash fallen into Ultima's hands?
That's no peace delegation. We should send a warning to the others.
No. My uncle will have an eye on the coast. I trust he'll find a way to entertain any uninvited guests. Our mark is Drake's Spine, and there's a lot of road between us and it. We press on to Stone here.
Aye, you never know. It might not be a nest of slavering monsters.
Clive, you must go on ahead without me. This stronghold is as old as Phoenix Gate, perhaps older. It may yet hide Ultima's remaining secrets, and if we are to best him, they must be unearthed.
All right. Stay out of trouble.
I always do. Mostly.
Surprised it didn't bring Yote. Yep, stone here, stone there, stone everywhere.
You sure about this?
Isn't that what Ayla
About
says?
leaving my brother on his own. Of course. Mostly.
Lady Vivian's map is so old, it's hard to tell which way is up. But if I'm right, we're
That
not
way.
far from a village called Aistla.
Then we make our way there, resupply, and wait for Joshua.
That way is up. Glad I could be of help. I want to say last year I had really good luck skirting the left edge here in terms of avoiding encounters.
This place reeks like a marble's arsehole. Though I'm guessing it's not the smell that'll kill us.
The pleasant fragrance of a marble's asshole. Like a summer bloom. I would imagine, you know, maybe they have the shitty smell because they just keep everything inside. That's why they get so big. No digestion, just or no expelling waste, just keep it all in. I will say, when I first got to this part of the game, I thought for sure this was gonna be like a hidden enemy, kind of like the Adamantoids in FF15, just less grand of a scale, but it's just a dragon skeleton instead. Cool effect, but you know. I suppose they could be converting a lot of stuff into gas. No, we're definitely gonna get into this encounter. Ain't no way we avoid it, right?
Yeah.
That works. I'll take it. Chirp, 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 chirp. Chirp, 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 chirp.
This won't be easy.
Pow! Fuck! Oh, this is gonna be annoying. Yeah, that was an unfortunate encounter to get into. I really enjoyed the Final Fantasy mode. It was what I liked about it was that, I mean, it did have an additional challenge to it, but it wasn't so oppressive. It just kind of felt like a second replay at a higher level with being able to have the freedom of the icons at your disposal. And it was definitely harder, but not so aggressively
That must be it, lad.
harder that it just became an annoyance to get through. I would appreciate if there was a little bit more mechanics changes to the Final Fantasy mode. I agree. They needed a little bit more than just here are the fights but harder.
What do you think, Clive?
Then we're too late.
Damn it. They're all turned. There's nothing we can do.
I wouldn't say nothing.
No quarter gap!
No quarter! You think all the villages in Ash are like this?
A question for later, Gap.
Wow, that did not have as big of a arc as I thought it did. The upheaval from Titan is a cone, a frontal cone, and I thought the arc of it was a bit wider than that. It's pretty narrow.
Here they come!
Oh, definitely the Phoenix abilities. Rising Phoenix and Flames of Rebirth are by far the best abilities I have. I mean, I would say that Wings of Light and Giga Flare are definitely good, but the other ones are much more important. What the fuck hit me? Holy shit, what the hell? Whoops, I thought for sure I was gonna get a dodge on that. I didn't for some reason. Got the double block on that. And then the half stagger. The Titan counter ability does about as much damage as Upheaval does. Granted, you got to get a perfect guard and then counterattack. And it does take a little bit of time, but the actual damage is about even with that. What if there's a level catch-up mechanic in this game? Because that seems obnoxiously higher than the last quest that I finished. That wasn't a side quest.
Gav. Gav!
Don't tell me there's more of the bastards.
Oh, fuck.
Hello.
Have you come to watch, Odin?
Bound for Stonehill. Good. My master awaits you in the capital, though I cannot allow you to attend him in your present state.
And how are you going
trying to stop us?
Why, with this!
Thank you, Plain Isaac, for the 300 bits.
What did you do?
Yeah, I feel the same way, No Name.
If the vessel would see the path opened, it has but to ask.
Hey, open the path.
I shall see that my master's prize is made presentable.
Shit! No!
Clive, would you mind telling me what the fuck just happened? Oh,
It's okay, they're birds. They deserved
How
it.
are we supposed to get through that?
We seek an audience with the king. If His Majesty wants me to come and ask him, then that is exactly what I'll do.
Thank you, Plain Isaac, with 110 bits.
Before
Those poor
you
birds.
go practicing your petition, we don't even know where the fucker went.
That way.
How
I saw him.
about we cool our heads and think this through, eh?
All right.
Maybe there's something here we can use. I thought we got them all.
So did I.
Please. Please. Please, no.
Miss. Whoa. Easy. Easy. We're not turned, all right?
Oh. She looks like the mother of a flower girl. Just the mother of a simple slums flower girl. The slum drunk, probably.
My thanks, kind travelers.
Edda, forgive me for asking, but what went on here?
It all started when the skies changed. The elders said it was the Arche. One by one, people went mad. Minds taken by the ether. Till only I remained. By then, I was too far along to run. And then the nights came. And I didn't know what to do.
And this, Arche is...
Just a story. Something our grandparents told us when we misbehaved. About how the heavens would grow dark before the land took her last breath.
The end of the world. You said the others went mad. But where did they go?
They all left.
Oh, that tells me so much more. Thank you.
To mourn east.
What's up, Liquid?
To the tower. To reverie. The elders. The healer. The blacksmith. My husband.
You thinking he did this?
Of course. Who else could it be? You were in Canva. You saw what he did to the people.
But then what about her?
That's pretty much how I feel every time I'm not playing this game and I'm watching someone else play it.
The baby, perhaps? Could be protecting her from the ether. I can't think of any other explanation.
You mean... it's a bearer?
It won't matter what it is once Ultima's magic takes hold. Time's running out. This tower. That's where we'll find the king.
Oh, satisfied with food. Much better.
I knew it. It's the same as Phoenix Gate. Which means at the end of these stairs should be...
Obviously, his audience.
The mural is complete. Ultima and his vessel, Ifrit. Garuda, Ramu, Shiva, Titan, Bahamut, Odin. Even Leviathan the Lost is here. But where is the Phoenix? By the Founder. So that's what you want, isn't it, Ultima?
I will say from time to time I do talk to myself out loud. It's I don't know, sometimes it happens,
So
but
that's how it's gonna be,
I'm not a
then.
big fan of that trope.
I'm not asking, Gavin.
Yeah, I was trying to
need you
pick out
stay
exactly
with
what theme
Edda.
that was, and I couldn't put it. Couldn't remember exactly what it was.
I must do this alone. If I don't return, you're to find Joshua and make for the Enterprise. Understood?
Do I answer myself? Yeah. It's like I'm having a conversation with myself, you know? Absolutely. Because I'll pose a question to myself and then I'll have to answer it, you know? It's actually a really good method for me to get my thoughts out and
Its
actually...
name suits your miserable mug better than mine.
Don't worry. I haven't finished with it yet.
Sometimes you need to talk to the smartest person in the room. But yeah, it's a good way to kind of get your thoughts out there and find a solution. I find that when I do that, when I just kind of sit and talk to myself and answer my questions, you know, about like what I want to do or I need to do, whatever, I find I can get
is controlling the Akashic.
quite a bit
wherever he
done
goes,
and
I'll follow.
like I could get
So
quite a
will
thorough
I.
conversation going and oftentimes find solutions to some of my problems. Two potions? Nice, we were able to avoid a lot there. Sometimes the simplicity of a cat's response is exactly what you need, though. Oh, good. I'm glad I don't have to fight that thing. And I should keep in mind that over here on the right is one of the best accessories in the game. It's one of the few very good accessories in the game. The Adamantite Gauntlet, which is 500 HP, which, as it stands right now, would only be, what, a good, sixth more. However, I can upgrade it to the +1, which will give me 1,000 HP instead. And at the time you do this in normal mode, you probably got about 2,000, 2,200 HP or something like that. So 500 HP becomes 25% more HP. For me, it'll be over 25% HP. So it'll be pretty damn decent. I'll probably equip it over what I have right now. I do believe it lets me do map stuff, but I don't know if I can go back. It does. Okay, good. So we're gonna pop back because the next part is gonna be a big moment, big dungeon area. So we're gonna get that +1 on that accessory and equip it. Because 1,000 HP for me right now is more than 25% HP, which is a significant amount. Paired with Will of the Wikes, our low level may not be a factor whatsoever. Hey? Am I not able to... Oh, I'm on Bracer. Whoopsie. There we go. Adamantite Gauntlet. +1.
Yeah, that should do you. And?
Yeah. It's gotta be over this one. Huge increase.
What'd you want?
Oh, nice. Guess I got the meteorite I needed.
Not bad, if I do say so myself. Anything else?
Aye, it's a dangerous world out there. Come again.
Okay.
Or don't.
Come again, or don't. Fuck off, fight! I'll check just to make sure I'm capped out on all the abilities that I would use. There's Satellite, that's Flare Breath. What?
I'm not much.
Let's go. I'm usually not one to equip defensive accessories, usually because it's like the best way to squeak out powers through accessories in most video games. But with this one, accessories are pretty underwhelming, and the Adamantite Gauntlet in general is exceptional. Same with the Cleric Medallion, it's also very, very good. And those are both defensive accessories. If I felt like the offensive accessories were of decent value, then I would definitely equip them over them, but the defensive stuff is substantially better. I think there's like the best offensive accessory you can get in the game is just a flat 10% damage increase. That's it. Just 10%. That's the best accessory for damage you can get in the game, and it's only available on your second playthrough because you have to get the +1 by getting the I forget what the name of the item is, but you have to get it twice, and the only way to get it is by doing everything. You have to go to your like the NPC that has the points that you get for like reputation or whatever. You have to max him out, or her out rather, and then you get the Talisman of Priming is actually pretty good. Where is it? Should have the early one because of the New Game Plus. It should be on there. Oh, you know what? No, I don't think I do have it because we didn't do all the quests. We only did all the hunts last year. So we didn't max out our reputation. So yeah. But it's 5% increased damage for the base version of it, which is embarrassing. And the New Game Plus version of it is 10% damage, which is also embarrassing, honestly. So, it should be like 15 and 30, honestly, but, you know, whatever. It was one of my biggest complaints with the game was that the accessories just felt like trash. You get tiny increases in your power output, or very, very short cooldown reduction, just nothing of real significant value. There are some neat accessories from the DLCs. Yeah, I haven't played the second one, but there were some really interesting accessories that changed the way you played the game that I really enjoyed messing around with. Yeah, they had some really good accessories, ideas, and everything. But anyway, still, most of the accessories are like reduce cooldown by 8%, and it's like, so I get a second off my cooldown? Like, big fucking whoop, you know? That's nothing. I could wait the second. And I feel like the New Game Plus version of the accessory that was double the version of the original should have been the baseline at least. It's not even 3% damage increase, it's 3% damage increase to a specific ability, you know? What am I gonna do with that? You know, or I can have my potions heal for twice as much. What do you think I'm gonna pick, you know?
Bloody Fallen. Why do all their flaws seem to have a mind of their own?
That being said, the major difference in how you play this game isn't necessarily the accessories. It's the icons that you use. But still, there's only so many pieces of gear that you get, right? You get your armor pieces, and then you get your weapon. And honestly, I feel like they could have just done away with 2 of these and just given you 1 and added the values, because it's irrelevant since there's no special characteristics to any of the armor. It's 100% just small linear upgrades. There's no difference between one armor piece and another, other than the amount of HP and armor that you get from it. So it kind of feels a little flat in that regard. There's no like, oh, reduces magic damage by 10%, but it has less HP or something like that, or increases your damage and all, or anything like that. There's no special quality to any piece of gear at all. And then the accessories, of course, as we mentioned, have very little impact overall in your build. So it's definitely one of my complaints about the game, but I think it's overall a pretty minor complaint. I thought it over long and hard about, like, you know, how I actually feel about it. And, you know, because I didn't want to just jump to a conclusion like, I don't like this, thus it's bad. What the? Why was I stuck? I just got a perfect dodge and it stuck me to the ground. But I wanted to make sure that I felt a certain way before I made a judgment call. And I would say it's a smaller issue because, again, the major part of the game's like build system is about your icons and less about everything else. That being said, you should still offer interesting choices to the player so that they have interesting choices, you know? I was just standing there taking it. I don't know why. I just did that. Why am I so bad? That's exactly it, Satan's drinking buddy. That's exactly what I was getting at. Is the combat and the choices through your icons are what are more important. And of course the story is amazing too, so it kind of makes it not so big of a deal. Like, it's definitely a factor that they could have improved on it. It is a missed opportunity, and it is not as good as it could have been, you know? Like, I'm not gonna just sit there and say, oh, it doesn't matter because other parts of the game are good. It does matter. It matters a fair amount too, you know? Like, you should care about that. My mic was really low. I felt like I needed to scream into the mic for you guys to be able to hear me. But yeah, it's just it's just one of those things that could have been a lot better to offer a lot more depth of gameplay. But I think they thought that the combo system was the depth of the gameplay, and that should be the only thing that they cared about. But it isn't. You should be able, as a player, you should be able to care about a little bit more to give you more options. You know, it's not just find the million hit combo and be a god at it. You know, some people don't care about that. So yeah, it is a particular factor, but a smaller one in my opinion. I think a lot of people got hung up on the accessory aspect of it and failed to realize, you know, what the depth of gameplay is through the icon choices. Of course, then you can make the argument that it makes it less of an RPG because it's not about the stats and the gear that you use and just about the combat itself, which feels like it makes it more of an action game and less of an action RPG, which I disagree with wholeheartedly. Holy shit. Just get my level 3 instantly right there. Purely based on story, it makes a really great contender for sure. Berserker Ring, yes. I have my doubts about whether or not the Berserker Ring is
so I could look down on the world.
Better on New Game Plus or not, because there's no upgrade to it, and a lot of the other accessories become really strong, or rather a lot better because they're literally twice as good. And if I recall correctly, in my original New Game Plus Final Fantasy mode playthrough, I think I ended up getting rid of it at the end of the game for the 10% damage one, the adamantite gauntlet that I'm using now, and I think it was the High Cleric medallion or something else that I ended up picking up over the Berserk Ring. It was really hard to get used to because the Berserk Ring with that like cinematic dodge is just not nearly as good, but that extra fire damage you get is really good. You think they buff the damage so little because so many abilities are multi-hit? Like if something were buffed 20%, it would do too much damage? No. Because it'd be 15-20% each hit. It's not like the total damage would be, well, the total damage would also be 15-20%. Percentile doesn't affect things. A percentage is a percentage is a percentage. If it was like 500 damage, flat damage on each hit, then multi-hit abilities would become exceedingly strong, yes. So like if I got plus 500 damage to every hit, things like the Giga Flare and Phoenix Rising or whatever would be substantially better. But a percentage is the same, it's the same thing. Multi-hit or single hit, it doesn't matter. You're gonna get the same. Like if you took Giga Flare, the beam, and you added 15 to 20% damage to each little hit, or the total damage, it would equal the same amount because it's a percentage. If it was plus 500 damage per tick or per hit, now we're talking. Then it would matter. Hey, buddy.
Well, that's new. Though I expected it from all the rest.
Whoops. Yeah, he's got a touch of heartburn, right? Oh, I should have done Rising Flame first. Whoops. Whoopsie doodle. Rising Flame, I think, does more damage than Earthen Fury. Unless Earthen Fury is 2 ticks. It might be 2 ticks. It is 2 ticks, okay. Well, it's multiple ticks if you get juggled by it, but single target, it's still 2 ticks. 10,000 damage, 11,000. It's not bad.
Hopefully there aren't any more.
Please, we've already fought that exact thing before. Relax. What was that? But yeah, I think a very, very fair complaint to the gameplay of this game is the like harsh linearity of the power scaling, you know? And I don't just mean like, oh yeah, you get natural progression in your gear and abilities. I mean like when you get a power up or a weapon or a level up, it's very, very, very small amount of stats. And the difference between level 1 and level 99 is not that big. Actually, I would say a better example is the difference between level 30 and level 99 is not that big. Like the difference between level 30 and level 99 is maybe like twice as much HP. Okay, that's significant. But I mean, you get what, three of every stat per level up, and then 50 HP per level up, every level up. So there's no like, what do you call it? exponential growth, you know? So where you start to really feel that power. And it's not like necessarily a bad thing, because the power level that your character has is arbitrary. It only matters when it's relative to the HP of your opponent, right? So if you do 100 HP to a 1,000,000 HP target, that's not very powerful. But if you're doing 5,000 damage to a 10,000 HP target, you're two-shotting it, right? So that at the end of the day, the power that you have, your potential, your output, it doesn't matter. What matters is the relative power you have to your enemy. However, there is such a thing as letting that player feel that power. And when you start the game doing, 300, 400 damage, and you end the game doing 700, 800 damage, it doesn't really feel like you've grown in power. You just kind of feel like you're doing the same damage you did at the beginning of the game. And you need to give that player that feeling of getting more powerful. And I think that's kind of a missed opportunity with this game, especially considering the scale in which this game is portrayed at. Being grand and magnificent and powerful. You're a fucking icon doing millions of damage, but you only get that kind of damage during the cinematics and stuff. And so you don't really feel it as a player oftentimes. And they focus entirely too much on just what the combat feels like, which is great, and less about the feeling that the player gets when they start to really see those numbers. Final Fantasy 13 is a great example of feeling that power, because you start off doing 10, 30, 100 damage and end up doing like 5,000 a hit, 10,000 a hit, and you're just numbers everywhere, and it feels badass. Even though the battles are harder and take longer, you feel like that you felt that power growth, it feels tangible. Alrighty then. Love the free rank 4 there. This thing's getting destroyed. I don't even need to stagger it. Oh, I think it phases over. Maybe that's why. Gotta love jumping into damage on purpose so you get a free dodge. That's right. We had Iron Giant before, now we have Ironer Giant. It's more ironier.
What's one more, eh, Torval?
That was unfortunate. I can't dodge through the fire there to get bonus hit. Nice, that was good. I don't think I'm gonna stagger him, so we're just gonna go. To be fair, this build does not have very good stagger damage. You need Mesmerize and Diamond Dust. But that's kind of part of the challenge, you know? Most the lamest kill ever. So anticlimactic, you know? All these big giant explosions and death beams and everything, and just like little Shiva is the queen of stagger, yeah. Same with Garuda. I mean, Garuda is like stagger. Whereas Shiva is more like you really good stagger, but also some great damage and utility, you know? So Garuda is always about stagger, all over the place, but Shiva has great stagger and also very good damage and a lot of other uses, coupled with some short cooldowns, make Shiva very, very attractive. But the thing is that when you master an ability, you don't have to equip it to your tree, so you can mix and match whatever you want. So it's just that specifically with this incentive, we can't use Shiva at all in any way. We can't equip her ability, we can't equip her passive, we can't do anything with it. So
He's here. I can feel him.
On the inside. Very interesting statue there with the forearms.
Why?
Let's have your question answered for you,
The
Ramesh.
blade must ever feed if her edge is to remain keen.
Butcher.
What care you for these worthless creatures? They are nothing. Weak from the moment of their conception, ever longing for power not theirs to command, they turn unfailingly upon themselves. Like sheep, they roam in filthy flocks, eager to trample those few gifted a fleece of gold. Or that they might feel contentment with their pitiful existence. Prejudice and persecution, severance and strife, every earthly wrong springs from the malice in men's hearts. Malice born of the pain and suffering that is free will. Its corruption is gnawed at your being from the very moment of your birth.
You're wrong. It is no corruption. It is who I am. Every choice I make, right or wrong, gives me reason to carry on. And carry on I shall. Not as a puppet, but as a man. Which are you?
There was a time I too thought those the only choices.
What?
Long ago, God granted man the gift of magic. And with that gift did he build great civilizations.
Civilization 5?
Man lost sight of the gift's true meaning, stepping from the path of shared prosperity to one of avarice. He abandoned his creator for sword and flame, and through his folly, beckoned the blight. Yet, there were those few who refused to turn their eyes
Basically
from
confirming
the heavens,
that magic is the reason of the blight, or at least
prayed to God
according to him.
that he might lead them back to righteousness. And the Lord, he did answer. Before the worthy shall the gates of paradise open. And so did I spread my arms to the ether and cast my soul upon its gentle waters. I gave myself unto him.
I mean, Civ 5 is supposed to be the best one, according to most of the fans. Now we know why Odin is so strong. It's not just because he's skilled, but because he's been sucking the ether through
worth
everything.
proven, the Lord charged me thus.
Which probably means
If your
why,
kind
or
are to find salvation.
it's probably why he can prime so
must
much
be
without
made
having
to
to worry
serve.
about going petrified.
You see, paradise lies but a single step away. Could we only take it? Could we only leave our transgressions behind? For none save the pure of heart and mind may set foot in the new world.
That being
I
said,
will
Civ
save
7
us.
is really good so far. I'm really enjoying
But it
it.
all begins and ends with you. You are the key, Mythos. And with this humble offering,
shall I prove my faith once more.
So you forsook your kingdom. You forsook yourself to serve. Tell me, how is that living? What you seek to provide is not salvation. It's anything but. Life is about always having a choice. Take that away, and we might as well be dead.
Wow. It's rare to find somebody that says they like SIGs more. To each their own. I like SIGs too. What's forsook? To forsake. To abandon. Past tense of forsake.
Very well. Come then. Show us the strength of your will.
It's not the strength of my will that should worry you, but the weakness of yours.
Boom! There's a lot of fancy wording in this game, don't worry. Honestly, if you can pick up on every word, that's pretty impressive. Because there's some very flowery language in this game. Yeah, I think they all do it really well, you know? A lot of the time, overly flowery language can be referred to as, like, purple prose. Why does my mic feel like it keeps going down? Like I had to pump myself up again. I wonder if a cat stepped on it. I didn't even know. But normally, like, overly flowery language without value or meaning is called purple prose. It's just unnecessary descriptiveness. This game does not do that. There's a lot of really, you know, a lot of $4 words or whatever it's called. And if you're picking up on every word, you know, it's still impressive, but it's all meaningful for the most part. Like it has a place. You know, the presence of the words are important. And there isn't really anything that feels unnecessary too much, usually.
Must I show you?
Damn.
And what you see?
Nice. Barely got that face over in a single stagger.
God chose you to serve as his vessel, and you cling to this foolish notion of hope when there is none.
Desperate, are we?
We can begin! Yeah!
Ow, my chest holes.
You have been shown the path. Now you must follow it. Free yourself, Mythos. You will not defeat me otherwise.
We'll see.
Perhaps you still require persuasion.
By using Will of the Wikes, I lost my Will of the Wikes. That sucks. They're just on my ass. Whee! Did y'all just catch what I just did there? He did that big flashy beam and I just used my Bahamut to just dodge infinitely in it to get free level 4.
When you turned your back on truth, Barnabas. We are not as weak as your god believes.
Unpleasant. Your summons are who you are. It's part of the narrative. There are big giant kaiju battles as a summon, and then there's like your regular combat. It's a fucking spectacle, man. It's amazing.
What are you waiting for? Men know nothing of strength. But you will.
He's fully erect.
Cool.
Thank you, Playing Isaac, for the 123 bits.
You dare.
Rip your pony. Oh no, my little pony.
Could it be you have made a weapon of your weakness? My apologies. You are not the fool I took you for. And so it ends. No! Don't tell me you are tired, Mythos! Your stubborn defiance has stirred my long-becalmed heart, filling it with a joy that I have not known for generations! I had thought the tantalizing kiss of self-indulgence a dream forever out of reach. And now that its sweet ruin courses through my veins, I shall not be quick.
Oh, he's fucking wrecked in the head, totally, completely, yes.
Show me your work, Mythos, that I might revel in it!
Oh, where'd he go? Where'd he go? Crap, I lost my entire Giga Flare. Oh, I even got a normal dodge on it as well. Okay. Oh, did I miss it again? Nah, he's in there.
Disappointment of lesser rivals. No more. Oh, my constant congregation, salvation is come. Rejoice!
I got... Even though I dodged it, I got knocked back into it. Damn it, that sucks. I just lost a lot of my healing there. Might actually have to use some elixirs.
I'll never serve your god!
Nice. Okay. Oh god, I don't have anything here. I burned everything trying to get the, what? No, do it. The stagger to begin with. Come on. One more Mega Flare ought to do it. Barnabas' voice actor is the same as Malos in Xenoblade Chronicles 2. Fun fact.
The day is at an end.
And we both know the truth.
Cool.
It is I who stand victorious. My will that prevailed.
Your will? No. It was his.
Mega Flare was the little blue bar on the top left that was filling up like that. It fills up on its own, and then it also fills up extra level every time you dodge it, and the higher level you get it, the more powerful it is. It's just a passive ability that you can use. It's one of the many powers at your disposal, and you can use it anytime. Thank you, Player As, 23 bits and the 456 bits. Oh, that's a significant more XP than before, even. See, 3 of every stat, no, 2 on defense, and then 50 HP every level. Yeah, every icon you equip has a passive ability that you can, or not a passive ability, an active or passive ability that you can use, and then there are a number of different abilities in each icon tree that you can equip. So there's a lot of choices, a lot of mix and matching that you can do.
Perhaps there is strength in will. Would that I had not relinquished my own.
Asher, take it easy.
You relinquished nothing. What was it, if not will, that made you strive for a new world? Strive to win your master's approval? You were shown a fantasy, and you chose to believe it. But you were wrong. There is no world but the one we live in. And that world is worth saving.
Well, that's Wings of Light.
Even if it means
that puts you in the wings where you can float.
God.
I'll show you Mega Flare and Wings of Light and everything when I get a battle where I don't have to, like, you know, worry about getting my ass kicked.
Bold words from one who has served the Lord so well.
This is pointless.
But I almost forgot. I promised that I would make you presentable. Did I not?
Anything up to this point we can talk about.
We shall fulfill our destinies. Just as the Lord's Mother Crystals have fulfilled theirs. Come, Clive Rossfield. Take what is rightfully yours. Become one with God.
No.
Ew! I got Odin cooties now. Zentetsuken isn't busted. It's very strong, but like you have to build it up just like Mega Flare, so it has a weakness in that regard. The thing about Zentetsuken is if you're good at the parry, where you hit at the same time they hit you, you can get it built up real fast, but it's dependent on a lot of things.
I'm coming home. Mother.
I mean, play the game.
How does it feel?
The answer to the 2 fire icon is definitely a spoiler because you don't know yet in this part of the game. As far as Joshua surviving, he has a.
How does it feel to consume
You just didn't die.
rival's strength, to gorge yourself on
I
their
was to
glee,
say.
to edge step by trembling step ever closer to the divine? With or without a will, you are still but a vessel.
Yeah, those aren't
Our
easy
vessel.
questions to answer.
Behold, how your body shudders in anticipation of its fate.
You're supposed to believe
yours
that,
yet.
and it's like why the prologue is so badass because it really feels like that's what happened. But obviously, it, you know, it wasn't quite as drastic. I mean, it's like it's one of those things, man. You really need to experience it yourself. You know, it's a kind of a bummer that you've been spoiled on it, honestly, because this game's story is incredible. No, whatever. I mean, you can ask whatever you want. It's not every question is so easy to answer. You're only hurting yourself. You know? You play the game however you want to. If you don't care about the spoiler, then hey, whatever. No. What is it? The expression? No sweat off my back or whatever. I got to experience it in all its glory. That's a shame. It's a really good one.
Quickly, my lord, quickly!
Why the hell is my city falling with the captain?
Don't ask me, ask them!
Since when was Eugen Hamel one to hide when there was a fight to be had? Since they stripped me of my rank and banished me from the battlefield. Now I'm stuck wiping the backsides of this lot while the city burns and my wife tells off the man half my age! And then you turn up! What the hell are you doing here anyway?
What indeed?
The enemy numbers 200,000 or more counting yours. There are simply not enough soldiers garrisoned in the capital to repel an army of that size.
Then one of the central keep.
Held by a contingent of soldiers and bearers from the surrounding boroughs. They are the sole reason it still stands. And all it took was an army on their doorstep to bring them together.
The prospect of death.
Take it easy, Durian.
Things into perspective.
Perspective. Perhaps it's what we've lacked all along.
I think people's reactions that are better than they realize. They just need practice. You know, if they care about playing the game, they'll figure it out. They'll get good at it.
Hamel, I need you to lend me some of your best men. Preferably all of them.
My best men? Does it look like I have any more?
I admit this might not be the most convenient time, but my nephew's in trouble. And I may have already promised him more help.
Your nephew, the outlaw? Never! My soldiers have better things to do than die for nothing.
Then you and he are of the same mind.
Correct. Well, I wouldn't really call it an easy mode accessory necessarily. It's an accessibility accessory. There's several of them too. They basically auto combo and auto dodge for you, so you don't need to be god gamer at this game to enjoy it. You can just use some of the accessibility accessories.
A handful of men cannot stand against the kingdom.
It's the Radiant!
Mayhap they are the wrong men.
Celine. Serene Dion.
Our numbers are few, but I shall rally as many of my dragoons as I'm able. You, apprise the Lord Strategist of the state of the city's defenses.
Yes, Your Radiance.
And you would fight alongside us?
I owe the Phoenix a debt.
I mean, I agree. If you're capable of playing, then you should try to overcome the challenge of the game. But the game's not terribly difficult.
Indeed. You said you had men garrisoned in the keep. Captain, do you know how many yet remain?
Allow me to confirm. Commander?
Whatever their number, Randalar will be needing
Gather the bodies and build a pyre in the courtyard. Quickly.
Terence.
My lord.
You will find a girl there.
A girl? We are in the middle of a war.
I owe her my life, and I always pay my debts. You are to see that she is provided for.
Dion, I cannot leave.
But you shall. If I'm ever to be worthy of the forgiveness of our people, then I must earn it. And I must earn it by my hand, and my hand alone. Know that I do not ask this lightly.
And know that I will do it.
Farewell, Terence.
Farewell, my prince.
Yes, they did. They did lots of balance patches. Tons of them, in fact. I would say about a good 4 or 5 of them.
Clive! Thank fuck. You alright?
I am. But I'm a damn sight better for seeing you, Joshua.
And Barnabas.
The king is dead.
So they're all...
They are, but so is their killer. He can't hurt anyone anymore. You're safe.
Pretty sure they released balance patches before any of the DLC came out.
We need to talk.
I remember going into the first DLC, trying different abilities and going, ooh, these are a lot better.
I'm sorry, Clive. You know I want nothing more than to go with you.
I do. But I'm glad you're heading back to the Enterprise nonetheless. And not just for Etta's sake. Our people need to know what happened here.
You can count on me.
As can she, I hope.
Thank you, me lords.
We're getting very close to the end, yes. Oh wow, yeah, that definitely is something that's going to feed emotion into your acting.
Wiser than
Absolutely.
leaving a woman with child alone in the Deadlands. They'll be safer at the hideaway. For now, at least. This land is overrun with Akashic. The king himself was long turned, albeit by choice.
Oh, interesting.
All to serve Ultima.
I never realized that
His damnable
Barnabas was
quest to
essentially
forge
Akashic.
the perfect vessel.
The chaos Barnabas wreaked upon nation after nation. How many were killed for this?
He didn't consider it killing. Or a mercy of sorts. A way to end their suffering. He truly wanted to save mankind.
Akashic means the ether in their body is essentially fucked and they turn into
us.
mindless drones.
But why us? What are we?
What are we? We are dominance. That is our fate. But that doesn't mean we have to accept it, which is why we fight. For the right to deny it. Is that not so?
It is.
Yep, the cast of Expedition 33 is really looking good.
Barnabas said something else.
No, that means your body's been drained of ether, and that's just
were
the fate of any
Ultimas.
magic user in this world.
Ultimas? Are you certain?
We know that the mother crystals have been leading the land of ether. And we also know that it's this which hastens the spread of the blight. But what I cannot fathom is what Ultima stands to gain from that. What did you find at the stronghold?
Lost Odyssey was a good game.
Truth.
A lot of people try to claim it's FF13, but it's not.
So
It's a good
long,
game, but
I believed it to be
it's got some significant flaws to it.
you alone. Yet, it is not merely a freed that he desires, but a freed and phoenix both. That which we became in the skies over Twinside. Only when the twin flames are joined shall his vessel be complete. Quite why he needs a vessel is another question. Unless there is something he cannot achieve without one. Something his immaterial form precludes. Something requiring an unthinkable amount of ether and a body resilient enough to channel it. If I did not know better, brother, I would think that he meant to cast a spell. A spell 1,000 years in the making. A spell to end all spells.
And he cannot do it without us. Nor without the mother crystals. But if we destroy them all, we will stop not only the blight, but Ultima as well.
Ultima.
We stick to the plan then. Only this time,
we face him together.
Well, it's a long walk to Stone here. Let's not keep Ultima waiting.
You just punched him his little crystal shadow prison on his chest, dummy. Ultima's the weird purple guy. Let's not talk about what he wants.
When Barnabas fell, his magic died with him.
So this is what I was talking about with Wings of Light right here. I can't do any attacks or anything right here. If I'm in combat, the little bar on the left that says Mega Flare will charge up. And at the 4th level, I can unleash, well, Mega Flare. Well, I can unleash it at any level, actually. It's just more higher level, the more power. But that's Wings of Light, what we were talking about earlier. Thank you, Lucifer, for the raid. What's going on? Welcome into the Final Fantasy Fiesta. A race through the franchise. We are deep into Final Fantasy 16. What were you doing today? This is our 8th annual Final Fantasy Fiesta. Every year we do this. We go through all the main entries. And I race my opponent, SevenSins, who will be streaming. I think he's got his days off right now, so he'll be streaming for another day or two. No, you didn't miss 13-2. It's the main numbered entries. Joshua. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, 15, 16, Remake, and Rebirth. Oh, nice. Very cool. First stream ever. Awesome. I'll show you, by the way, Frostler, the Mega Flare in combat when we get into battle next. Should be just around this bend here. It's one of those randos I haven't done yet, so yeah, very cool.
Don't tell me. The only way to the capital.
Yep, Remake and Rebirth.
Just as you surmise.
Well, I appreciate you sending everybody over. Thank you.
Yes, but I don't see any dominance.
I mean, I'm an inverted controller person myself, and I don't remember having any particular issue with the whole inverted aspect of it. So you can pop Wings of Light, the bar will charge automatically, and every time I dodge, do a perfect dodge rather. Come on, attack me. Okay, or I won't do a perfect dodge. The bar should go up a whole bunch. There we go. And that's Mega Flare. Get him, Torgal. The orange bar on the top, you build it up and then you use it. Your damage goes up and the bar slowly depletes. And your attacks gain like a faster combo deal. You get all flamey. I'll probably pop it pretty soon here because
it's for us.
This is like a long chain of battles here. No, you don't need all 4 bars. Each bar is a level that you can increase with points. So you have all these abilities to choose from your different icons. You have your passive ability, like the Wings of Light is the passive, like the static ability when you equip Bahamut, and then each one has 3 normal abilities and one ultimate ability. So there's all these different abilities that you can equip, and over here you can equip 3 base abilities and then 6 of the abilities from the different icons. So what you have to build and work with is pretty substantial. Oh, and the limit break. Limit break is just right here. You spend points to make it better, but you can see like this costs 525 points. You can upgrade it and max it out, and I've maxed out my limit break, which gives me 4 bars instead of the normal 1 bar.
Joshua, can you go on?
Do I have a choice?
Stay down.
This is your limit break. Yeah, we have a specific limitation that you can see down here where we can only use 3 randomly rolled icons and only those abilities from those icons, and that's why we're using Bahamut, Phoenix, and Titan only.
Joshua, this one's bigger than the others. And by the way.
Damn it.
Too slow.
Yeah, you get your powers slowly over the course of the game, so you don't just get overwhelmed with everything all at once. What the hell? Did I just do a level 1 Mega Flare on accident?
Farewell.
It's like a million more XP than what Odin gave me. Maybe the game is like playing level catch up because everything's like 10 plus levels ahead of me because yeah, obviously, you know, it's a race I'm going through quickly, not doing any side
We can
quests.
rest here if you like.
Don't worry.
So it might be a little bit of a level catch up mechanic.
Look like
That guarantees that you get at least not too far behind in level.
By the founder. The place is a fortress.
Darn.
No villages. No knights. Not even any bodies. One could almost believe the whole kingdom had turned to Kashik.
Don't get that item, it's a trap. I see those bombs over there.
Does it bother you that we haven't heard a single human sound?
Everything about this place bothers me.
There's a ton of questing out here too, but obviously we won't be doing that.
The calm before the storm.
There's only one way into that city. Across the bridge. Through the main gate. Right into the midst of whatever is left of the late King's army. Are you ready for this?
As ready as I'll ever be.
Cool. Let's go several weeks back to the base and stock up on supplies, and then we'll go. Definitely need to restock. Odin, correct my reserves.
Still alive, are you? You're rubbing me blind, you know. You'll not find a better price than that. It'd better all
One
be
thing you didn't take was my elixirs.
Is that all? The stew's awfully thin these days.
Finish tonight? No.
Symphonian, do you?
No way. Flawless meteorite still. Those are like the ultimate bracers, and they're barely better than what I have. Where's the... I guess maybe you get a pattern for the belt, I think. Dang, I really want that. Maybe Karen has some new meteorites.
Aye, it's a dangerous world out there.
No. Alright, I want to check one more place then for them. I'm going to go to Martha's Rest and see if the vendor there is like actually different and has a different stock of materials. maybe they'll have their own flawless meteorites.
What are you after?
They do. They do have their own, but they only have one.
Much obliged.
Damn, really?
Take care out there, eh?
Does that mean if I were to go to Northreach, that I would get another one? I think I just need, what, 2 more?
And what can I do for you? You've a keen eye.
I guess then I would go to Delamil. It's a good thing the loading time is fast.
Everything's back the way it was.
Vendor for Delamil should be back here, I think.
Mustard and mandrake.
If there's one thing we've learned over the past few weeks.
And the fine fella took my livelihood.
We need someone who can bring the whole town together.
Gilbert, take this crystal. No more use than the bearer I sold to buy it.
I always thought it was the blessing I'd miss if the fang fell.
I still can't quite believe it.
There should be a vendor here. You know, maybe it was back to the right, I think. No, right in front of me, right? Yeah.
Anything I can interest you in? An excellent choice.
It's so weird having to go and find places to buy materials, because when you just do quests and you explore everything and you get so many materials, it's ridiculous. You just do not need a damn thing. Well, like I was making a comment during the playthrough. I was like, good lord, they give you way too many materials. What's even the point of the materials when you just don't even need them? Like, you get so many of them, right?
If I do say so myself.
And turns out that, yeah, if you don't do the side content, you're going to be wanting for materials. Lo and behold, huh? Who would have thought? All right, cool. Nice. That was a pretty decent upgrade. All right, let's get a hard save and let's make our way to the next destination. This is some good stuff.
I dare not think. A stroke of good fortune, perhaps?
I hope you're right.
So do I.
Streets of Madness.
The ether has claimed them all. Let's see that we're not next.
Whoops, shit, I didn't mean to do that. Overkill. Not so much good fortune when their armies may be dead, but just replaced by Akashic and monsters. I guess they can't create a concerted effort against us, though. They'd just be scattered, mindless drones, which are a lot more easy to deal with. From a strategic perspective, as far as story narrative goes. Oh, nice big, precious circular arena.
That's a behemoth. Who'd be mad enough to tame such a beast?
I think the only thing scarier than a beast the size of a behemoth is the fact that the behemoth can also summon meteors.
Here it comes.
Well, what are we waiting for?
Like how I tried to reach and grab it, like mine. Oops, I did not mean to do that. Oh well, we're doing it. Like, comment, and subscribe. Oh yeah, I love that ability too. The way they animated this behemoth is just amazing. They did the behemoth justice in this game for sure. I dodged that. That's bullshit. Wrong button.
No! Stand back! I'll conjure a ward.
I would love to see more fights with mechanics like this where they bring in your teammates, like they actually have a scripted action in the combat.
Desperate times.
Clive, no!
Trust me. I'm your shield, remember?
This won't be a job for effort!
Why would you turn to him, brother? When we fight,
Burning blade or sword or whatever it is, I forget.
That wasn't too bad.
That was just the beginning.
Stupid. .346, new record by a lot. That was a really good. I didn't even use my strength potion there. Stuck me on his leg or something, so I didn't move with the dodge, and thus I didn't. Whoa! What the fuck? I don't know what the hell did damage to me, but I just went from like full to one. This fight was going really well, and now it's not going so well. Well, it started off all right, and then it ended very poorly, and ended up using a lot of potions.
Quickly, before we're cut off for good.
I just hope I didn't use my last elixir.
If it is like the others, the entrance to the inner sanctum will be at the foot of the crystal. We're almost there.
Okay, good. Still got my last elixir. I just want trying to make sure I have it for Ultima. I've never had to use a last elixir before, and I don't want to have it gone because you only get one in the game ever. I mean, I think I'll be able to get another last elixir because this is from the New Game Plus last elixir. But still, you know, I prefer not to use it unless last boss. Hello, Stunlock. Oh, we're good on potions. Okay. I don't know how or where I got my potions, but hey, I'll take it. Whoopsie, wrong one. Stab. I stabbed him with fire in his chest, point blank.
Not what I was expecting.
Yeah, take it easy playing Aztec. Have a good night. Womp, 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 womp.
Once we step onto that bridge, we'll be easy targets.
Then we better move quickly.
Well, they died.
Four of Ultimus. Come on then. What are you waiting for?
I think I missed the lich. Oh well. It sucks because I'm trying to kill the lich first. kind of a clusterfuck of a battle, and getting rid of the Lich, which has much lower HP, would be an easier thing than getting rid of Big Boy first. Here, Lich, please. I forgot how to open doors.
Through the castle, then.
I don't see any other way.
This game has way better lighting than I remember. Excuse me. Sorry, coming through here. Definitely not going to be any encounters in here. Oh, man.
Elton is corruption knows no bounds. We cannot allow it to spread any further. We won't. Who's that?
You know, using Wings of Light a lot this playthrough, I have to wonder if it even is a faster method of getting enemies down. Like, I could see using Wings of Light to set up a good stagger. Like, you got Wings of Light going while you're staggered and everything. But after that, I'm not sure, you know, if it's actually faster to build it up for anything. But it's definitely, you know, asked the question quite a bit for me, like, you know, privately, like in my head I'm thinking, is it actually better to use Wings of Light? Because it kind of takes, you know, 5 or 10 seconds to build it up. That's if, you know, performed perfectly versus, you know, just hitting something or using a different ability or something like that. I don't know. I mean, maybe I should just, you know, pop everything and then when things are on cooldown. But then Wings of Light is a great way of getting stagger damage and just damage in general, or setting up staggers without using your cooldown abilities, because Wings of Light doesn't really have a cooldown. You use Wings of Light, you build it back up again, you know, rinse and repeat. So it makes me wonder, what is the fastest method with this build? What is the more optimal ability, use, design, etc.? I don't know. But I think I'm doing pretty damn good. I think my progress with the game is pretty damn nice. I think we're moving at a good tick, you know?
Titan!
I was waiting for an ability and those things just die so fast I really didn't need to. Whoops, that was an accident. Well, as far as stagger goes, it's all about Shiva and Garuda, neither of which we have access to. However, the perfect guard on Titan's passive, the Titanic block, if you get a perfect guard on that, the counter attack that you get does pretty decent damage and stagger damage. That I will say is very, like, it's actually, embarrassingly, it's one of our better stagger options that we have right now because of our limitation in our build due to the incentive, which definitely makes for interesting choices. I feel like this is a really, really great setup for the theme of this game, which is the unsung hero, you know? Because you have a lot of the basic static abilities of icons that a lot of people don't really use a lot, like Mega Flare, Wings of Light, the Titanic block, all that kind of stuff.
So many. Focus, Joshua. We're not done yet.
Oh, it's not long enough. Made it work through the power of RNG.
No holding back.
The problem with using Will of the Wikes as like a baseline ability is it's not good for stagger. Like, it's not good for dealing stagger damage, and it's not good while in a stagger to get extra damage out. It's purely a defensive ability. So you miss out on doing a lot of those big fat burns. However, with our current situation being kind of under leveled for everything and not doing alternate content for the extra gear, it really does help out, especially for the hard mode, the Final Fantasy mode. Although I will say, Oh wait, no, never mind. I was gonna say I'm very curious to do Final Fantasy to do New Game Plus on normal mode, but you get level capped at level 60, which is kind of lame.
Clive. Of course there's more. There's always fucking more.
Oh man. It disappeared in the middle of my beam. So the Mega Flare, sorry, the Giga Flare is a ultra slow motion thing going on.
Yes, you should. Save your strength for the Mother Crystal.
And he managed to get out of it during his ultra slow motion. Oh shit, wrong one. I mean, I haven't done any quests or hunts or anything, and I'm doing just fine. But the level scaling, I would say, like, you're right, yeah. But you don't, like, the level difference isn't that big of a deal, I would say. Oops, get out of that. Like, I might be 8 or 10 levels below the content, but, well, clearly I'm doing just fine, you know? It doesn't have that arbitrary stat difference based on level difference, you know? Earlier I hit by that. I couldn't even get out of it in time before they got smashed. That's unfortunate. You know what I would like to see is the difference from, like, I would like to see the XP bar actually climb up as opposed to it just being like, plop, here's where it's at. You know, I want to see how much of a level I gained. I gained about a quarter of a level there, but I want to see the difference in the bar, like a lighter line and a darker line or something like that, you know? Or watching it fill up or something along those lines. I want to see that. I want to have the visual for how much of a level I gained.
There's no end to them. The whole bloody army's here. Stand back, Joshua. I'm summoning Ifrit.
Stop, Clive. You mustn't. We still have a long way to go. If you tap your strength here, you'll have none left to destroy the heart.
Then you'd rather die?
No!
Jill!
She's not alone.
Let's see, we got a thief, warrior, priest, wizard, dragoon.
Surprised to see us.
How did you?
Gav. He told us exactly where you'd be. Even sniffed out a crack in the castle wall. And when we saw the heavens come crashing down, we had no choice but to believe him. It's been quite a day.
Dual-wielding barbarian.
A debt I would see repaid.
Prince Dion. It's good to see you well.
So, this must be Ifrit. Your uncle bade me give you a message. Listen to your heart. And guide your steel true. Your father would expect no less. That is all.
The barbarian is not here. That's my uncle.
Thank you.
For everything, Your Highness.
Dion, please.
You do realize the only thing we've freed so far is this wall from its foundations, right? Now, if your lord and ladyship's quite finished.
Well said, Gav.
Oh, and the merchant class over there.
We have work to do.
Don't suppose as Nan won't take kindly to losing her best customer, especially after letting us carry all this stuff all the way to Ash.
And we wouldn't want to anger old Nan.
You mean you'll buy some off us?
It was an accident.
Welcome to Goots's Toll. Righto, here you go. Is there out else you need? Oh, I'm all out.
Wow, an actual upgrade with a blue?
Righto, here you go. Thank you.
That's worrying, considering I just upgraded this and then it's like, oh yeah. Oh shit, you know what? Probably something better here.
Big hammer.
Welcome to the big hammer. Okay.
That's 10 times better than it was before. You don't want me to make yours out else?
Oh, you know what? Nah. I think this is where we wrap it up for the evening. Like, I could definitely keep going, but if we kept going, we would end up being here like way later until normal. I think this next part is gonna take a bit of time. I think I remember it being smaller, but I think it's not. But still, it's late in the evening. The day's over. It's fine. Let's just wrap it up here, you know. But that does mean that tomorrow, bright and early, aka 1 p.m., so about 16 hours from now, nice in the afternoon, we're gonna definitely have the conclusion of Final Fantasy 16. We're gonna kick it off right into story mode, so hopefully you can be here right away at 1 p.m. Pacific to catch the rest of the game, and the bonus objective that we'll be doing as well, the side quest with Jill, and we might even have enough time to start Final Fantasy VII Remake. I don't know. I'll sometimes these things can last a little bit longer than you think. You're like, oh yeah, I only got a few hours left, and it's like 8 hours left. We'll see. Obviously, you know, we'll do what we do and get through what we get. But if it's all day, it's all day. But I'm pretty positive that we'll beat it tomorrow, at the very least. Whether or not we have time to do FF7 Remake start, that's yet to be determined. However, I will say that if we do end up doing FF7 Remake, the bonus objective or the bonus goal is to let all of you vote on which dress we give Tifa. So if you want to say in what Tifa wears for the Chapter 7 situation, you're going to want to be here to vote on that. So either tomorrow or the next day that's going to happen, because it happens in Chapter 3, which is very early in the game, and it's only after the first set of side quests, which we have to do all of them for the normal incentive. So if you want to vote for Tifa's dress, make sure to be here tomorrow and the next day, and just of course, just to enjoy the Final Fantasy goodness. So once again, thank you everybody for being here and enjoying it. Thank you for all the love and support, bits and donations and subs and resubs, and continuing to support not just the Fiesta, but me and this stream every day. All incentives met, but y'all are just still super generous and awesome and amazing and keep this channel going. So thank you very, very much. Again, have an awesome night. We'll see you tomorrow, which is Wednesday, 1 p.m. Pacific. Good night.